Hey, campfire crew, let's get it on. Home Alone, submitted by Name Not Important. Let me start off by saying that I know your rule about thou shalt not send creepypastas, and I assure you, what I'm about to tell you has a 100% true story guarantee. I apologize for the length ahead of time. With that said, I would like to start off by saying that I'm not one of those guys that thinks everything weird that happens to me is automatically ghosts or something. I believe in them, but I'm just not sure about what this was at all. So here's my story. This happened to me in the summer of my freshman year in high school, going into sophomore year. It was the summer of 2010. I was a three-sport athlete in high school, so that meant summers were always busy with summer workouts and conditioning. Mind you, I live in northeast Georgia in the southern U.S., and it gets pretty damn hot outside in July and August. And a side note, southern heat is like getting boiled alive at times due to the 95% humidity. Anyway, we had just gotten out of football conditioning practice, and we would all usually grab a bite to eat for lunch, and then head to the river to cool off before we had our afternoon practice. But seeing as how everyone was busy and couldn't go, I decided to just head home. Our house had 2 stories, and my bedroom was on the second floor overlooking the driveway and garage. I knew I was home alone because my sister was at our grandparents' house 30 miles away, and my parents were at work. So I took a shower in my parents' bathroom because they had a cool stand-up shower. As I was jamming out to my iTunes playlist on my phone, I kept hearing people talking in the house. When I turned the music off, I heard what sounded like 2 big men talking to each other in the living room. I got really scared and ran and got my dad's shotgun out of a safe that conveniently sat in a safe 10 feet away from the bathroom. I loaded it and cautiously entered the living room. And there was nothing. I searched high and low, all through the house, and not a damn thing. I could have sworn that I heard what sounded like 2 very deep and gravelly voices talking to each other through the wall, but I couldn't find the source. All the windows and doors were locked, and nothing was out of the ordinary. I chalked it up as a creation of an overactive teenage mind and just went on with my day. It was midday at this point and hotter than the gates of hell outside, so I decided to stay inside and go upstairs to my room, gun in hand, and turned my Xbox on to play a little Call of Duty World at War. At least it was comfy in our house's air conditioning. As I was playing, all of a sudden I had an overwhelming sense of fear wash over me. I can't explain it other than, some bad shit is about to happen, and you don't know what it is or why. So I got up, looked around the entire upstairs floor, under beds and closets. I even looked in the trash cans and under pillows. Again, nothing. I just couldn't shake the feeling of something bad about to happen. I tried shaking it off, or writing it off to Home Alone paranoia in a fairly large house, and went back to playing my game, but I kept the volume lower just in case. About 10 minutes into playing, I heard extremely heavy footsteps directly under me in the kitchen. It sounded like and felt like an NFL lineman was walking around in steel-toed boots on hardwood floors by the way the house vibrated with every step. I looked outside for my dad's truck thinking he got home early and I just didn't know he was there. But it confused me because my dad isn't that big, and his truck wasn't in the driveway. I was 6'2", 250 at the time, and easily outweighed him and was 3 inches taller than him. Confused, I walked to the top of the stairs, and for reasons I will never know, I yelled, "Hey Dad, I'm upstairs playing Xbox if you need me," instead of silently checking out who it was. Nothing but silence responded. I was so scared at this point and knew I might have just fucked up, so I ran back to my room, stood beside my bed trying to think about my next move. Before I could think of anything, I heard the footsteps turn into what sounded like sprinting to the bottom of the stairs and then abruptly pause. Then they started up the stairs. When whoever or whatever it was started up the stairs, it was horrifying how inhuman it sounded. The steps were so fast up the stairs, it was as if whoever it was running up the stairs on all fours like an animal, but faster than anything I've ever heard run. It was like a dog running, but in fast forward. Who or whatever it was so heavy and strong that the house literally shook at each step. It vibrated the entire house to the point that some of the stuff on the bookshelves in my room fell over and onto the floor. I could feel the violent vibration of each step. I was obviously shitting myself at this point, and all I could think of was to grab the gun and hide in my closet, which was open next to me. I ran in as fast as I could and hid there and waited to see if some shack-sized dude walked into my room looking for me. But no one ever did. I stood in my closet, literally soaking wet from sweat and shaking like a leaf on a tree for 20 minutes, just waiting. At the 20-minute mark, I realized that the shaking of the house and inhumanly fast stomping of the stairs stopped right at the top. I don't know how to explain it, but I just knew that it knew where I was. I eventually grew a sufficiently sized beanbag after a hearty amount of praying, and was ready to square up with whoever it was that was scaring the shit out of me. I walked to the stairs with the gun ready to put a basketball-sized hole in someone's chest. And when I creeped up to the top of the stairs, surprise, there was no one. I stood in the purest confusion I have ever felt in my life until I looked at the carpet on the stairs. There were these 4-toed feet indentations on the carpet on the stairs. I mean, they were absolutely massive, like 15 inches long, 10 inches wide. No, we didn't have huge stairs, but they were big enough to fit my size 13 shoe on with little overhang. There was one print on the top step, which is how I got a good view of the full print. The toes of it were like 8 inches long from what I could tell, and the prints on the stairs looked like it was running on the balls of its feet. Only the front half of the print was visible, but the heel wasn't visible until it got to the top where the prints abruptly stopped. I took a picture of the print with my shitty iPhone camera, and then I searched the entire house once again, finding nothing, to my frustration. Nothing heavy fell over in the house that could have caused that to happen. I mean, in fact, everything was pristine. Not one thing moved out of place, except in my room, where it looked like an earthquake happened. My stuff was everywhere on the floor. I freaked the fuck out at that point and ran outside to my truck and sat in it until I had to go to practice again. When I got home from my second and last practice of the day, I showed my parents the picture of the print on the carpet, and they absolutely did not believe me, thinking I was playing a trick on them. Honestly, I had replaced a few family pictures with that picture of the astronaut sloth a few days prior, so they had grounds for thinking that, and I didn't blame them. They still to this day don't believe me, and there were no reports of earthquakes anywhere around us at the time. I have no clue what it was or what happened, and I can't find anything online from other people telling a similar story, but I think my praying helped me as I've never experienced something like that since then. I got rid of that phone years ago, and I would have sent that picture to you. What I wrote was 100% true, and I wish I could prove it, but I can't. I hope this ends up on your channel. I'm a new subscriber, and you've inspired me to tell the stories that I've been keeping to myself all these years. I think I finally found my campfire. A Frightening Lunch Break by Apricot. The story I want to share with you happened a year ago, not long after the beginning of our first semester. I was 20 then, and I used to hang out near my university a lot at that time of the year because the weather was still really nice and warm, and my university was adjacent to a park. As we had a 3-hour break, a friend of mine asked me if I wanted to eat lunch in the park rather than the cafeteria. I said yes, and we went there. It was a regular school day, probably a Thursday, and the place was filled with kids, students, and people walking their dogs, so I guess not really that empty. It may seem odd to underline this, but I rarely go by myself to a park if there's no one else around because it makes me feel nervous, kind of vulnerable. I'm an overly anxious person, don't judge me. But on this day, the place was crowded, and we hardly managed to find a place somewhere on the grass for us to sit. We ate, talked, and enjoyed the sunny weather for a good hour. And after an hour, the park was way emptier than when we arrived. Almost all the children had left, and we were quite on our own. We both wanted to smoke a little before returning to classes, and now that we wouldn't bother anyone with the smoke, we rolled 2 joints. I know it's not especially a good thing, but it was our little habit when we hung out together. Anyway, the past belongs to the past, right? I was focused on rolling up when my friend suddenly asked me, "Do you see them?" I looked in the same direction as her, but I couldn't see what she was talking about. She pointed. "Those guys with the bag. They're staring at us." And I saw them. 50 meters away from us, two guys who seemed a little older than us were standing in the middle of the way looking intensely at us. They had literally no expressions on their face, though. I'm kind of used to creepy guys, whether they are polite or much more intrusive. You know, those who follow you in the streets, those who are inexplicably staring at you in the bus for 30 minutes, those who won't leave your side until you give them your number. It can be really easy to get rid of them, but those kinds of encounters are often awkward, embarrassing, or worse. So I felt a little uncomfortable, although I wasn't worried. As I kept looking at them, I understood that they were going to talk to us. I asked my friend if she knew them, and she said no, adding that she had hoped they would not come over to say hi. Unfortunately, 3 minutes later, they were right in front of us, smiling. There were two. The first to talk introduced himself as Manny. He was a small, short-haired guy who was obviously high on drugs, and I wouldn't know which ones to be honest, but it was obvious. The other one was a tall, pale, quiet guy. I can't remember his name. Let's call him Steve to make things easier. Manny talked and smiled a lot. He introduced himself and his friend, asked us about our day, and praised the warm temperatures. He seemed either unable to shut up or desperately trying to play it cool with us. Before we could tell him to leave, he just invited himself to join us on the grass, assuming that we would be okay with it. As a sort of welcoming gift, he opened his bag. It was a huge plastic bag, one you would take to do some groceries. And he showed us a 4.5-liter bottle of vodka. I couldn't help but judge them. It was like 1 in the afternoon in a park in daylight, so it kind of felt ridiculous to me. His friend handed us a tiny and already used paper cup. We declined the offer, saying that we needed to stay sober. We had classes to attend to. Unfortunately, they already drank a fair amount of vodka, and they kept insisting until my friend told them, "I'm not the type of person who drinks vodka right after lunch. I either drink it on a Friday night with my friends or pass my turn. Don't ask again." I should tell you now, my friend is not a scaredy cat at all. To be honest, she's the bravest person I've ever met. She's never uncomfortable in front of strangers. Usually when she's bothered by a weird guy, she either acts weirder than him to make him feel more uncomfortable, or laughs it off, making jokes and acting friendly until she tells him to leave because she'd rather be alone. Or in the worst case, she kicks his ass and leaves. So, even if she didn't want their company, she was still unperturbed and relaxed, way more than I was, and it felt good to have her by my side. They must have felt that she was serious because they stopped insisting, and instead they started to ask us things like, "Are you students? Do you have a boyfriend? Can I have your number?" and so on. We were both already in relationships, and certainly not interested in the two of them, but it didn't stop them from flirting. They kept complimenting us in a heavy, unpleasant, clumsy way, and we began to feel embarrassed. We could clearly tell that the alcohol was unleashing them. They were annoyingly openly flirting, and it escalated quickly from sympathetic remarks on the way we were dressed to nasty sexual advances. As I said, we were not interested, but they didn't take no for an answer. I was so uncomfortable that I avoided eye contact as much as I could while trying to figure a way for us to get out of that situation. At that point, 2 other guys, supposedly their friends, came and sat down with us, even though we didn't tell them that they could. They looked dirty and stoned, and one of them had a scrawny dog full of fleas, not really reassuring, but we kept all of our thoughts to ourselves. My friend said something like, "We should probably go back to school now," but it didn't work the way we planned. They offered to come with us, claiming that it was not the first time they had crashed classes just for fun. We replied, "No thanks, we don't want to get into trouble," but Manny insisted again. We declined, and he kept insisting, saying, "Don't worry, it's no big deal." And suddenly he pulled a gun out of his pants and brandished it in front of us with a proud expression on his face. We immediately stopped smiling. First, because we live in France, carrying guns is neither allowed nor usual, and second, because now we felt trapped. The gun looked old but real, heavy and extremely dangerous in his drunken hands. This was not funny anymore. I was genuinely afraid of what could happen next. One of his friends, the one with the dog, let's call him Nick, started to panic, got up and said, "Are you fucking crazy? Don't you know I got heroin on me?" To which Manny replied, Chill out. There's no cops out here. His friend shook his head and took his bag, ready to get out of there. Then Manny, pretending to be aiming at Steve, told us with a big carnivorous smile that he could totally shoot him without being in trouble. Steve seemed a little nervous. Nick walked away yelling that he didn't want to be seen with us because it was too risky, and I couldn't disagree. It was the middle of the day in an almost empty park, so the scene seemed quite unreal. I just thought, crap, I've never been this close to a gun, and the guy who owns it is a drunk guy who doesn't want us to leave. I mean, it looked bad. He turned towards me, exhibited the weapon, and asked for our opinion. Do you like it? I'm not really a huge fan of guns, I replied. Are you scared? Maybe. I tried my best to hide the fact that I was scared because I didn't want him to notice it and take advantage of me. Even my friend kept a fake smile on her face to keep up appearances. He quickly put it back in his pants and stared at us for a long time with a wary eye, after which he strangely asked, "What did you see?" I figured he was talking about the gun, but I couldn't understand why he would ask such a thing with such a suspicious tone. He asked again, so I said, "I didn't see anything," and he laughed. My answer may seem stupid, but I didn't want him to feel proud or to give him this kind of power over us by letting him know that we were afraid of that weapon. I thought it was stupid to carry a gun and to point it at his friend, but he just kept laughing, and his laugh sounded awful to my ears, like some cold-blooded sociopath laugh. I was so nervous that my hands started shaking. My friend must have noticed because all of a sudden she took my arm and told everybody, "Oh crap, we're late. We gotta go. Have a good day," before we started running away. They shouted after us, "Can we have your phone number at least?" And she replied without even looking back, "No, have a nice day anyway." We never walked so fast to get to class than that day, even though we ended up not attending the lecture because our teacher was sick and we hadn't known that. We were still so astounded by what had just happened that it took us several hours to process it all. After that, we avoided the park for a long period of time. So to the drunk, creepy guys at the park who had a gun for no reason, let's not meet again. Ever. I want to add something to this because it may be confusing. We had no idea who they were, what business they were in, or what kind of things they could do. We could only make assumptions because, well, some of them were casually carrying hard drugs, and this Manny had a gun. But one thing was sure, they all seemed pretty fucked up as human beings. We could have asked them why they had those things on them, but it felt too risky. We were two defenseless girls, and it felt safer to stay quiet about those delicate subjects. We also never told the police because we had no idea what proof of evidence we were supposed to give them. Screaming Ghost by Clarence. I was born and raised in New Orleans, and Hurricane Katrina hit the summer after my senior year of high school. This story takes place 2 Christmas Eves later, outside the swanky lakefront condo where I was currently living. And that was only because for a good while after Katrina, the whole city suffered from an epidemic of vacant luxury apartments. Those brave few of us who had come back early enough that you could still smell the inside of everyone's refrigerator when you drove down the street were able to live pretty much wherever we wanted for insanely cheap. Before the lakefront condo, I had been paying $200 a month to rent a 2-bedroom apartment on Magazine Street, which is currently going for 8 times that. I only moved to the lakefront condo because it was cheaper, if you can believe it. My mom was still living in Baton Rouge at this time, and my younger sister had wanted to see the extended family for Christmas, so she was crashing with me that night. Even though she was in her late teens by this point, it had been a rough past few years, and my mom wanted to surprise my sister with Christmas presents when she woke up in the morning. This is how I ended up spending most of that Christmas Eve night driving all the way to Baton Rouge and back, my trunk now full of wrapped presents, and my sister's dog May-May in the passenger seat, panting with anticipation. This was during the 2 whole weeks of winter we get here each year, and I remember it was cold enough that night that there was snow on the I-10. For a lifelong NOLA native, that sight alone was pretty surreal. I finally got back to the condo at about 3 a.m. and had parked out front instead of parking inside the garage to make it easier to unload the car. I called my girlfriend to confirm that my sister was asleep and was waiting for her to come down and take May so I could safely sneak the presents up. I wanted to save my girlfriend time and meet her at the entrance to the complex, so I clipped May's leash to her collar and we exited the car. We had just started toward the building when it happened. Now, you need to understand that May is one of the sweetest dogs ever. Whenever she sees literally anybody, her tail starts wagging because she knows there's at least an off chance she might get attention. I had never heard May growl for real until that moment, and it took me a second to realize it was even her making the noise. My gaze was on the building's entrance when the growling started, and I looked down just in time to see May stop dead in her tracks, and then hunch down so low her belly was almost touching the ground. She was looking at the vacant lot bordering the left side of the condo complex, and I reflexively turned to follow her line of sight. I saw a crying woman standing there, just beyond the corner of the building. She was in her 30s and had vaguely curly blonde hair. She was barefoot and wearing only a white t-shirt that was long enough to resemble a nightgown. The woman was sobbing, and normally, if I were to see a half-naked woman sobbing in the middle of the night, I'd like to think my first reaction would be to try to help her. But something about the sound of May's growl had sent a chill up my spine when I spotted the woman. I froze in place as alarm bells began to go off from what felt like the most primitive parts of my brain. And as soon as she saw me, we locked eyes, the woman let out the most blood-chilling scream I have ever heard. If you've seen that recent Ring camera footage of a car driving by someone's house with a possible female kidnapping victim in the passenger seat, this woman's scream sounded a lot like that. She pointed out the lake in front of her, behind me, as the scream seemed to go on forever. I mean, even longer than you'd think someone could scream. And then she was gone. The woman didn't fade away. It wasn't even like I blinked and she vanished. She was simply there, and then she wasn't. Her scream cut off just as suddenly, but the sound of it was still ringing in my ears. About a week later, one of the maintenance men told me that before Katrina, a homeless couple with 2 kids used to live out of an old shed that had been abandoned on that vacant field between the complex and the neighboring building. Of course, they hadn't been since the hurricane, and like many of the city's homeless, were presumed dead. And of course, my description of the screaming woman matched the mother of this homeless family exactly, down to her slightly curly blonde hair and the long t-shirt she wore like a dress, which led me to conclude that she hadn't been pointing at the lake. She had been pointing at the floodwaters. My security job, submitted by Renee. I used to be a security guard for a major company in the early 2000s, and we had a contract with the local hospitals. I was posted to a psychiatric hospital on what they called the PIC unit. We had some pretty crazy moments in there. One time, we had a very pregnant 6-foot and big woman who would get extremely aggressive, so aggressive that they had to put her in an isolation room to stop from her harming herself or others. While in there, she started to use her bed as a battering ram, so we had to open the door and remove the bed and just put a mattress in the room. Shortly after that, she started to rip her clothes and pissed all over her clothing and started to smear it all over herself and the walls. Then she started to run and then drop-kick the floor with both feet. Again, we had to open the door and she was trying to punch us and whipped her peed-soaked clothing at us with the other hand. We had to restrain her pee-soaked body and give her a sedative. I mean, that was probably the grossest thing I ever had to do. Things quieted down for a bit, and after a few hours of that incident, they gave me a pack of cigarettes, and I had to bring 10 low-risk patients outside for a smoke. My shift did not get any better. As I went out, 2 of the patients started to run for the road. I got on my radio and notified the nurses that we had 2 runners, and I wasn't too worried about them. There was only one road out, and I knew the police would probably catch them pretty quickly. All of a sudden, though, I had another male patient walk up to a tree and started climbing it. Again, I got on the radio and requested another security guard come to keep an eye on the remaining patients while I ran over to the guy climbing the tree. I asked him what was up there. He just looked at me and said that he was going to end it all. Then I had to get back on my radio and say we now had a code purple, and that meant we had a suicide situation. I asked the patient, "What about your family?" And he just responded, Not enough room for them in the tree. Fair enough, I said. I offered him a smoke and asked him to climb down and just hang out with me. Shoot the shit and see if we can figure something out. He just replied with a "fuck you" and started to put his hand over his head like he was diving into a pool. I quickly told him, "Dude, you're not going to die. You're not high up enough, and the ground is soft." I pointed out that he was on a hospital ground crawling full of doctors and nurses, and said his odds of dying were slim to none. Again, he just looked at me. I said, "Buddy, you're not going to die. I mean, best case scenario is you get a broken leg or an ankle, or worst case scenario is you break your neck and become a quadriplegic. You think your life sucks now? Wait till you're eating your meals out of a straw and have to wait for someone to wipe your ass." He looked at me and said, "I won't die if I jump?" And I just replied, "No, you won't. People jump from higher buildings onto concrete and live. You're jumping onto grass. So just climb down, I'll give you another smoke, and we'll figure this out." I got all cocky as he went back to the trunk and grabbed it. I thought, I just talked this man down and thought my logic was foolproof. I mean, people study for years for this stuff, and I, with little training, managed to stop this man from hurting himself. Boy, was I wrong. He started to climb higher. Just then a nurse arrived and asked him what he was doing, and he replied, "Climbing higher. The security guard told me it wasn't high enough to kill myself where I was." I got a glaring look from the nurse, and she told me to go to my floor and said she would deal with me later. I went back inside and made the most detailed report in my life. The man had climbed in the tree around 8 p.m. When my shift ended at 12 a.m., I was leaving the grounds, and he was still up in the tree. 2 police cars, 1 ambulance, and 1 fire truck were all there, along with him in a huge cloud of mosquitoes. I figured if that guy died, it would be from being eaten alive by the insects. I have no clue how long that man was in the tree or how it ended. The next day, I took my uniform and dropped it off at the office and told them I was done. Plus, I had just had another job interview and got accepted for a higher-paying job for an outfitting company for camping and fishing. The Dog, submitted by Marcus. When I was 11, my parents were going to see my grandmother for an afternoon, but I didn't want to go. I faked an illness to get out of it. I mean, I loved my grandmother, but the thought of spending an entire day at her apartment in her elder community was horrifying. My mom bought it, and as soon as they left, I ran downstairs and started playing my Sega. After an hour or so, I decided to go outside for a bit. I've got to describe my yard. All of my neighbors had fences, but we didn't. So on the left side and right sides, fence. All the way at the back, after a thin line of trees, more fence. I hope that makes sense. So I grabbed a styrofoam glider from our shed and was shooting it all around the yard, making loops and just having fun that kids seem to have on their own. After about a half hour, I remember having a strange feeling like something was wrong. I turned around and saw that a dog had come into the yard from around the side of our house where there was a gap between and no fence or gate. I had been begging my parents to get me a dog for years, but they said I wasn't old enough to handle it until recently when they said they would for my birthday. So anytime I saw a dog, I got excited and wanted to pet it and play with it. This was weird, though. The dog, a yellow lab, just stood there looking at me. It looked off balance for a minute, and as I walked over, I could see it was drooling a ton, and it just didn't look right. I said something like, "Hi, doggy, where did you come from?" And it stopped its slow walking and looked at me, and then started snapping and biting at the air. I distinctly remember that because there was drool flying through the air, and also, again remembering, something was not right. The dog kept kind of stumbling around and then just laid down, and I yelled out if anyone could hear me. Nobody was outside, but there was the sound of a lawnmower somewhere a few doors down. There's no way they could hear me. I slowly walked over to the dog, but not too close, and when he saw me, he jumped up and started snapping again. I mean, even not having a dog, again, I knew something was very, very wrong. The dog was now slowly moving back and forth and blocking my way back into my house. Not like it knew it was doing that, but that was just what was happening. Anytime I tried to make a move to get back inside, it would move in that direction. And I gotta be honest, I was getting pretty scared. Finally, it made a quick stumbling move toward me, and I ran and climbed the chain link fence and fell into my neighbor's yard. I was screaming help by now, and the dog had lumbered over to the fence and was looking at me, still drooling. Had I seen the movie Cujo, I probably would have figured it out, but I just knew that this was not a dog I could play with. I ran to my neighbor's back door, yelling, and Mr. George opened it up and asked what was wrong. I told him, and he looked up and then brought me inside and got me a Freezy Pop while he called the SPCA. He kept an eye on the dog while I looked on, and finally the people came out and got the dog. I felt so bad I started crying as they got one of those loops around his neck and started slowly pulling him into a van. When Mr. George told me it was probably rabies, I knew the dog was going to be put down. At the end of everything, I got more than a stern talking to about lying about my illness, but I also got a lesson in what can go wrong if you don't take care of your dog. This dog had no collar and no tags, and we never found out where he came from. Popcorn Man, submitted by A Light at Night. Back in the early 90s, I worked at a local campground selling popcorn in a stand down a little dirt road from the camp's general store. There were 4 of us that split shifts, afternoon versus evenings, Thursdays through Sundays. We flip-flopped as best we could so that we all could have lives outside of the place, you know. It was an easy operation. Just take people's orders, dump oil and corn in the kettles, let it pop, then bag it up. It was a very popular spot in the evenings as people wanted snacks for their campfires, and we made plain, caramel with cashews, cheddar, and so on. It was an easy and really fun job for a bunch of 16-year-olds with little to no supervision outside of a casual check-in on either afternoon or evening shift, and then the evening close. We had a lot of fun. One night, I was working with my friend Dana when it began to rain pretty hard, and soon after came the thunder. The stand was more of a small building with a counter outside, and 2 separate large windows for people to order. Behind that, there was an area where we kept all of our supplies in stock. It was getting close to shutdown time, and no one was coming around, so we decided to start cleaning up. Then we heard a voice say, "How much for a large bag?" I popped up from where I was sweeping up some stuff off the floor and looked out into the dark and rain. There was no one there, and I asked Dana if she had heard that too. She came from the back room and said, "Yeah, can't he read the sign?" And we both laughed. Maybe it was just someone walking by, I said, and we kept cleaning up. The rain was still pouring, and it was cascading off the little overhang in front of the stand. And the only light outside of our white Christmas lights lining the roof and windows of the stand was the brighter light over the door of the general store. The old rotary phone that was in there rang, and it was the owner saying to just tally things up and leave it in the hidden lockbox. He'd get it tomorrow rather than come out in the storm. I looked at Dana and said, "The minute the rain slows up, let's shut the windows, douse the lights, and get over to your car at the GS." As soon as I said that, that other voice came again, this time a little farther away, like a shout. "How much for a large bag?" We both looked out the front windows, and we saw a figure standing in the rain a little ways up the road to the GS, and we could just see the silhouette with the bright light of the store behind him or her. We later just decided it was a him because of the voice. "Sorry, we're closed, but in the future it's $2.50 for a large. Come back tomorrow and we'll make you up some," yelled out Dana. The figure just stood there and did nothing. Whatever. If the goof wants to stand in the rain, that's his business. We finished up our work and were waiting for a break in the rain when I went back out to the front to close the windows. The figure was still standing there with the water coming down, and he wasn't moving a muscle. I whispered to Dana to come and look, and when she did, we both got creeped out. We shut the windows and went into the back room. Dana opened her purse and got out 2 Virginia Slims. We weren't supposed to smoke there, and really we weren't supposed to be smoking at all, but we were really weirded out by what was going on and needed to calm down. I snuck back to one of the front windows, cracked it a bit, and whoever it was still there, staring at the popcorn stand. I latched the window and said we should call our boss, and we did, but he didn't answer. Perfect. The rain let up finally, and we opened the back door. Dana went around the side and said, "Okay, he's not there." We locked up, ran to her car, and went straight home. We never saw him anywhere outside of the stand or the general store. 2 days later, we were on the day shift, which was noon to 5. We didn't tell our friends about the weird guy from the other night. We figured maybe they'd see him too. We just got into our fun banter with the campers and families. Right around 4, things always seemed to slow down as people started eating dinner, so we had a lull in the action, and we're just talking about boys and what school was going to be like now that we were juniors. I was yammering on about something stupid, I'm sure, when I noticed Dana looking over my shoulder. I turned around, and there, in the same spot as the other night, was a guy standing looking at us. He was about 30 yards away, so we couldn't get a good look at him, but he was in the exact same spot. "How much for a large bag?" he called out. And it was then that a little kid came running from the GS and ran right through the guy. Through him. The kid knew something was wrong too, because as soon as he ran through the figure, he stopped and looked back at where he had just come from. I mean, it was freaky. Right as that happened, the figure turned, walked across the road through a campsite and into the trees. And it never came back. The little boy looked at us, and I yelled out to him, "Who was that?" And in his little voice said, "Who is who?" And then he shrugged and kept on running to wherever he was going. Dana and I looked at one another, and I knew she was not going to say a word about any of this to anyone, and neither was I. We never did, until now. I never did, until now. Being a Girl on World of Warcraft by Cat Religion. As a female who's been on the game for 15 years now, I've met a load of creeps, but only a few who made me feel unsafe. To start off, I've always had a laptop since I was in high school, a luxury back then that I worked hard enough to earn to buy one. My mom almost took my money I earned for drugs, but luckily money I had made in tips were in cash, so it was easier to hide it from her. At first my mom was mad I bought myself a laptop, but she soon forgot everything. My dad couldn't have cared less, and my older brother already had his own. So I started playing WoW with him at 14, and back then girls were unheard of. So I got the usual creeps who usually backed off after hearing my age or they were young too. But not this one guy. This guy loved that I was underage. I was about 16 and used to creepy guys at this point. No longer a noob at the game or fending off the creeps, it was no surprise a new guy in the guild started hitting on me. Now, I was 16. Dumb, young, horny, and stupid, but I knew I wasn't going to find love on WoW where you knew no one in real life. Plus, I had the ultimate crush on a guy I couldn't have because he was my brother's best friend. But in my mind back then, I only wanted him. So it was easy to turn guys down despite being desperate as hell for one guy. But that all changed after my brother's friend went off to college. I had a part-time job with my brother's friend, but girls at work surrounded him and I became demoralized. I'd never find love. Cue 19-year-old guy on WoW who made me feel wanted. I had a camera phone so I could send and post pictures at that age, and back then I mostly used Facebook, MySpace, and PhotoBucket. I lost a lot of weight my sophomore year, so I confidently posted bikini pics and sexy pictures, thinking I'd lure the attention of my brother's friend who was 19. So when this guy who was also 19 liked me, it didn't faze me. He looked the part in his photos, and his younger brother was my age. So I thought. He was extremely attractive in his photos, and even proved it was him in his pictures by holding items I asked for. He started paying for my WoW subscription, which in the long run I realized was just to get my home address and real name. I was so stupid and heartbroken over my brother's friend. Years of teaching myself online safety and the ability to be strong against flirts was all but lost in the fog. We'd talk for hours on Ventrilo, and he'd make me feel pretty. I was completely blinded by this point. He sent me gifts, and I didn't even question how he had my address. Then he offered to drive and pick me up. Only then did I suddenly get cold feet. I had a good friend on WoW, someone my brother met at PAX and joined the guild, and is still one of my best friends to this day, though we both aren't fond of my older brother. He's 6 years older than me, but never creeped on me, and he was more like the protective brother I lacked. Well, at least till I was 24 and single for the first time did we hook up, but that's because we were friends for so long. But the distance led it to not turning into a relationship. He caught on to things through my conversation, and was my words of wisdom in a time I was lacking any of my own. He saw something was fishy when I couldn't. I told my friend I was scared to meet him because, dumb teenager logic, I thought he wouldn't like me. My friend chimed in that I shouldn't meet anyone off the internet my age. I told him about the gifts, and I swear I've never been scolded like this in my life, not even by my own parents, but he always cared like that. He wondered why I gave my address to someone I'd never met, and the expensive gifts I got were not something the average 19-year-old could afford. None of that ever clicked for me, of course, because I was lonely and trying to prove myself. I had a crush, and I just wanted to get a boyfriend. Like I told the guy, it wasn't wise to meet in person, and my parents said I wasn't allowed to. And that's when it went dark. At first it was pestering over and over, guilting me over the gifts he gave me and encouraging me to defy my parents. And while he kept bothering me, it never once occurred to me he'd lose his shit. My good friend was worried shitless about this guy having my address, and he went as far as to drive 11 hours to my house and explain the situation to my dad, as I refused to tell him out of fear of getting in trouble at the time. This was all the while he was taking his spring break in my state instead of his own with his friends. I mean, there's a reason he's still one of my best friends. He has a little sister of his own as well. She's my age, so his protective nature is natural. Eventually, he made me block the guy, and that was that. This guy was pissed off. He'd go on different accounts to accuse me of gold digging and using him. Luckily, my good friend was smart enough and had the foresight to change my WoW password and even paid for my account for me taking this guy off it entirely, as one of the guy's threats to me was he was going to delete my account. But it didn't end there. It got worse, as he'd consistently find ways to message me and tell me how horrible I was, until about a month had passed. I was walking home from school, about a 2-mile walk in a wealthy suburb of New England. I'd done it for years. I mean, many kids did it, as it was a very safe town with no crime in it, or crime in the surrounding towns. Without a second thought, I took off with my 100-pound backpack, maybe overestimating it a lot, but I put my headphones on and started my 20-minute walk home. It was so cold, so I had earmuffs over my headphones only, drowning out sound more too. I swear, if I could talk to myself as a kid, I probably would just slap myself for stupidity. Because WoW Guy knew I walked home every day, as I talked about it. He knew my address, and I never thought twice about anything. I was on the back roads walking home, and honestly it would be easy for anyone to map my school to my home. It was a pretty straightforward walk with only one turn. Halfway home, it was between songs, when I heard a vague crunching sound of tires rolling over gravel on the road slowly. I turned around to see a tinted black car that you couldn't see much of the person in front. I jogged out of the driveway I was standing in, assuming he was waiting his turn to turn in. But he didn't turn in. The roads were dead, and it didn't make sense for him to not go around. I swear, the saying that you go cold when you're terrified is absolutely true. It could have been a summer day at 95 degrees, and my bones would have been cold. My heart just sank, and my breathing was uncomfortable. I felt like I had no control over my body as I realized this guy was following me, and my blood truly ran cold, and my hands shook as tears formed and my skin felt tight. My body felt like it wasn't ready to fight or flight, but simply freeze and die. It only got worse as the second I turned my head to see the car stop, I stopped. My world stopped. I couldn't stop staring. I just froze and breathed like all my school books were on my chest. Crying silently, my eyes hurt, no tears or sound, as I just stood there. The door opened after what felt like hours, but only seconds, maybe a minute. And it was, in fact, him. It was the attractive guy from the photos. Not a catfish, but something seemed different. At first I thought it was his angry expression, but soon realized he was definitely not 19, more like 30 plus. I could barely think over the loud sound of my heart racing as it froze me in place. I thought I was going to throw up as he spoke to me, told me to get in the car or he'd light my house on fire and kill my dog in front of me. I honestly just couldn't move. Couldn't reach for my phone as his words just froze me. And like some magic, we both failed to notice the little old lady on her porch watching this play out. Suddenly I heard her yell, "Get away from that girl right now before I burn you alive!" We both turned to meet her eyes. A pissed-off small lady, about 60 or 70 years old, with white hair. I think she noticed my frozen fear state as she told me to get over to her quickly. And like that, I ran over to her, tossing off my heavy brick of a backpack. It was obvious he was unsure what to do next, as he just stood there and watched me run to her. It must have been the sight of this thin little old lady standing in front of a teenage girl yelling at this man to go away. And like that, Savior number 2 joined the battle as her husband stepped out, a guy who looked like he'd been through a war or two, with a shotgun of all things in his hand and a booming voice, gun pointed, saying, "I've shot and killed men for less reason. You better leave now." He got into his car and drove off as I simply collapsed. All that fear just came out as I cried harder and harder as my brain sifted through the past few months of mistakes. After calming me down enough to speak in non-hyperventilating words, the woman asked me if I knew him. I told her kind of, but only online from a video game, not real life. Of course, explaining it wasn't easy, and her husband couldn't grasp why I'd want to print I was at war. I'm sure in his experience he was thinking Call of Duty, not magical creatures in a game called World of Warcraft. The woman got on the phone with the school counselor. It was her daughter, apparently, and she told her my name. I was well known to her daughter, ironically, but there were only 250 or less kids in the school, and the town itself was small. Many staff at our school had families in town, and kids at school they were related to either by their own children or their siblings' children. It was the kind of town if you didn't leave by a certain age, you were stuck there. So honestly, it seemed ironic, but entirely not a huge surprise. The counselor was well aware of my family and my mom's drug addiction, as child services had been involved a few times. She came by in 10 minutes to pick me up, and asked me a ton of questions, of course knowing I didn't want to involve the police, as I was scared of being taken away from my parents again. FYI, foster care was worse than a drugged-out mom on prescriptions. We weren't rich, but we were more well off than many. Though my mom worked, my dad kept my mom on a tight budget to keep her from buying prescriptions from Canada she wasn't prescribed, hence her taking my money. The counselor knew all of this, and knew I was better off there in foster care, which was a gamble with losing odds at best. Plus, in 2 more years I'd be off to college anyway. So we didn't involve the cops, but she made me promise to take the bus every day, and to inform my dad of the situation. She also called my dad at work to inform him, and had a teacher make sure I got on the bus every day till I graduated even. I mean, it really sucked, but I understood. If it ended there, it would be nice, but there's still a bit more. And I'm sorry for the length and grammar of this. It's late at night, and I'm recalling from memory and typing on my phone. 2 days after this, my dad had to fly away for business. My brother was off at college, so it left me and my high mom, who promised my dad she would stay sober while he was gone, but I was used to helping her while she was high. It was kind of like taking care of a child. But I was on edge in that big house from the 60s. My cat stirred at night, dogs barking outside set me on edge. I barely slept. My good friend from WoW called every night making sure I was okay for the past month. I mean, I lived out in the middle of the woods next to a huge river in my backyard, so there was still a lot of wildlife outside in the dead silence of cold months. I had been used to all the bumps in the night, the cats coming and going and the dog barking at every animal in the yard, but it all seemed new to me as I lay in bed trying to drown out my fears. The house I grew up in was a 6-bedroom house, and I had a little sister too, but she stayed with my grandma in another state per court order, while I was allowed to choose due to her only being 9 and I was 16. The other rooms were used as a game room, an office for my dad, and a guest room, which was usually used mostly by my grandmother when she visited with my sister. It was scary to be out there alone in the middle of the woods, because my mom was basically defenseless. I was letting my cats inside for the night, and 5, who all knew to come in at night for dinner and stayed in till morning. At the end of the long driveway between my neighbor and our house was a black car that night. When I saw it, I quickly shut the door and locked it after my cat got inside. I made sure all 5 doors were locked and even put cardboard on the glass doors to the pool, hoping if he broke them, it would delay him, if in fact it was his car and that was him. I went and turned off the lights, got all my cats into one room so I knew they were safe. Here's the thing about my dog. He's untrained for the most part, but was basically a giant lab puppy in his mind. But he growled at strangers and barked at animals he didn't like. We had to keep him outside if we had guests, but he never bit anyone, and if you spent enough time around him, he'd eventually accept you. Also, he didn't growl at all strangers, so he wasn't the most reliable guard dog either. But he was big and had a deep bark. I mulled over what to do as I sat there in the dark with my dog, waiting for the shadow to pass by the window. I eventually went upstairs to my mom's room and woke her up from her sleeping pill slumber. Groggy and still kind of high, she didn't quite grasp what I was telling her till I started crying. She sort of sobered up and asked me to get her some coffee, and I did. All the while I was watching my dog's every move because I knew he could sense something even before I did. As my mom sobered, the fear in her eyes grew. Eventually, she got the idea to call my neighbors and ask them if they recognized the car. After they all said no, 2 of the men went outside of their house to check the car together. The car wasn't empty, but at closer inspection, they noticed it was a newer Lexus, and in the passenger seat was a laptop. The car was locked, but with a flashlight they could see somewhat into the tinted windows. They never told us why, but something they saw in the car prompted them to call the local sheriff. We only had one, and he lived out of town. We were too small to have a police department, and he drove over about 15 minutes later, ran the plates, and asked the houses around about the car. Apparently, it was a rental from Ohio, and he was calling to see who was renting it, but the offices were closed. He stuck around in his car for about an hour till someone came out of the woods and then ran back in as the cop turned his spotlight on him. I couldn't see what he was pointing at with his light as it was on the side of my house and I was looking at the front. I guess he called for backup as 3 other cars showed up in about 5 minutes from the neighboring town highway patrol. This is when a lady cop got out and I asked to speak with her. I was pretty shy back then, but something about a female cop made me feel more comfortable to open up with. I told her the gist of the story, and then she called my counselor who backed up my story, but also explained why I was scared of cops because of my history with foster care and not wanting to go back there. This is when a mostly sober mom joined me, hugging me, doing her typical apologetic routine, but also offering much-needed comfort as she called my dad, too. Eventually, the lady cop asked if she could take a look around the house to see if things were secure and get any other information from my laptop about this guy. In her search, she found something I didn't think about checking. The basement door was not just unlocked, but open. It's never unlocked, so I didn't even think to check it as our backyard floods in the spring due to the beaver dams, and it's got extra seals and stuff to prevent the basement from flooding. But the stuff sealing it, and sandbags and stuff, were set aside. The door at the bottom of the stairs was locked still, though it had some damage like someone had tried picking it. But whoever had been there had access to half the basement that was storage. The basement was sectioned and the other half used to be used for my brother's parties. The door between the sections was like a front door, not an indoor door, as in the summer my dad felt the hatch open to dry out the basement and adjust pool settings as it was basically the pool house, and the cats loved it. The section that led upstairs was locked from the inside, and the wall and doors were not drywall and cheap doors, but lock and key heavy doors, and the wall was brick. Upon my dad confirming that he had not left the door open, my suspicions that the black car was this guy's, that was pretty much confirmed. As we walked through the house to make sure everything was still safe, the lady cop got on my laptop and the other cops were searching the woods. I gave her everything I had. This guy's photos, his username. She even checked to see if his credit card was still on my account, but it wasn't. But the last few digits were. She then asked to take my laptop for a few days as she thought she could get some good evidence from it. I just asked her to please not damage it and return it as soon as possible because I used it a lot. Before smartphones, it was all I had. After a few hours, the onlooking neighbors had gone to bed. The cops came back empty-handed, but they left a cop outside our house and towed the guy's car. From what the lady cop told me, in the car there were 2 guns, some sort of rope and handcuffs, and the guy who ran back into the dense woods was wearing a winter ski mask. It wasn't out of season, but still suspicious nonetheless. Eventually, I tried to lay down and go to sleep, but I was pretty sure I was going to call out sick tomorrow and kept all my cats inside for the day. I was too restless to sleep. Every sound made me so scared. My mom slept with the dog in her room. I'm very allergic to animals, but less to cats, as I kind of built up a tolerance. And my cat slept in my room most nights as choice, as my room was usually the warmest. At 3:30 a.m., I heard a knock at the back door, and a guy said, "Undercover police officer, open up." I was still awake as I walked downstairs to make out a guy standing in the dark with a gun. As he saw me, he demanded I let him in now, as he needed to speak with me. Something felt off. My gut knew it before I did that this guy's voice seemed forced, like someone purposely making their voice deeper. And why was he at the back door? So I turned on a light outside, and sure enough, it was the World of Warcraft guy. I just screamed, and as quickly as I screamed, he started hitting the door hard. It wasn't a very loud horror movie scream, but more like a gasp scream. I don't think the fear of my body had a loud scream to let out, but the banging was pretty loud as I ran to the front to see if the officer was still outside. He was, but he wasn't getting out of his car. I didn't want to run outside, as I'm not a fast runner, so I turned the porch lights on and off a couple of times, but still nothing. After a minute, my dog came bolting down to the door, barking and growling, nearly foaming at the mouth. Soon my mom followed and yelled out that she had a gun. She didn't, but a bluff is a bluff. Somehow during all of this, the cop outside had snuck around back and finally had his gun pointed at this guy, yelling at him to put his gun down. I hid as the rest went down, but he was arrested. No trial needed me to attend, and my statement was enough. Come to find out, he wasn't even American. The car was rented under his friend's name, and after all was done, he was deported back to Canada. I assumed something with his passport would prevent him from coming back to the USA, as the cop reassured me that he wouldn't be able to come back. I don't know what exactly he was charged with, but I think my dad said aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, attempted kidnapping, and something else. Also, it turned out he was 32 years old and not 19, so I assume me being a minor also carried a charge. Well, life moved on from there. I've had plenty of creeps before and after, but he was by far the worst from World of Warcraft. I had a couple from streaming, but I was an adult and much better staying safe online. Only one worse than this guy was my ex-boyfriend's cousin who made my life hell for a couple of years. But that's another story for another time. Not My Mother by Meows and Boo. So this story happened about 11 years ago. I was a senior in high school at the time, but this is the single most mind-boggling thing that I have ever experienced. It's also important to note that it happened mid-December. I'm from Iowa, and the winters here get cold at night, like if you get stuck outside you will die kind of cold. That plus the snowfall makes everything dead silent. You can hear everything and anything inside the house and even immediately outside of it. Well, me and my best friend were hanging out in my family's walkout basement, just having a boring winter night playing video games. We were also the only ones home. The reason it was just us is because my mother went from work straight to a bar to grab a few drinks with coworkers. So me and my friend thought it would be a good idea to break into the family wine and live a little. As we were sitting there opening up the first bottle, I heard the door to the garage open and slam shut. I immediately went, "Oh shit," and started looking for places to hide the bottle. My friend then said, "I thought your mom was supposed to be out all night." "She is," I replied. I then heard a few heavy stomps and my mother yell out, "Meows and Boo, anyone home?" I yelled back up the stairs, "Yep, just hanging out in the basement." I heard a few more steps move from the garage door towards the stairs, and she yelled out again, "Can you come help me with something? I need you up here." I replied back while frantically trying to find a good place to hide the wine bottle, "Yep, give me a minute." Then there was silence for about 20 seconds. "Anyone down there with you?" she yelled back in a more concerned, serious tone, in a voice that was slightly off of my mother's. This was the first thing that told me something wasn't right. Our family never cared if anyone was over, as our house was a very open house to all family and friends. And the voice was just wrong. Like it sounded like my mother's, but it was missing something that I couldn't put my finger on. Weirded out, I replied back, "Just Colton." After I yelled back to her, I found a good place to stash the bottle and began walking up the steps to the next level. Now, as I was walking up the steps, I couldn't help but feel the overbearing silence of the house and this slight electric twinge that something wasn't right. When I got to the top of the steps, I looked over to where the door to the garage was, and also the kitchen right next to it. And it was black, pitch black. All the lights were off, and there was no moonlight shining through any windows. I walked over to the kitchen yelling out, "Mom, where are you?" There was no reply, just silence and darkness. I felt that electric twinge turn into full needles, and my adrenaline kicked in full force. I had to get out of there as fast as possible. My mother was not home. I ran back down the stairs, grabbing my coat along the way. "What's wrong?" Colton says. "My mom's not home," I replied as fast as I could, looking for my truck keys. "What do you mean? You were just talking with her." I could see the look of confusion on his face. I just looked at him and said, "There's no one home. We need to leave now." I took a few steps towards the back door that opened up to the yard, and then I saw my dog shaking on the couch and my cat growling behind it. I couldn't leave them. I just knew that if we left, something would happen. "Are we leaving?" Colton said, still confused as all hell. "No, I can't leave them here alone. Something's really off. I'm going to call my mom and figure this out." I took out my phone and called my mom, and she picked up immediately. "Meowsin' Boo? What's going on?" "Mom, were you just home? I heard you yelling for me from the second level, and when I went up there, you weren't there." I said it frantically, hoping that she was playing a joke. "No, I'm just leaving the bar. I wasn't feeling very well. Are you okay? What do you mean you heard me?" I filled her in on the whole story, and she rushed home. Colton and I stayed in the basement with the animals until she got there. But before she did, we could hear something upstairs. Not walking or sitting on things, but it was more of like pressure in the air, like a black hole was slowly moving from one room to the next. And the word that I would instinctively use to describe it is hungry. When my mom got home, you could feel the thing leave just as quick as it came, like an overbearing predatory presence had just flown away. We still have never figured out what the hell was going on, and this is just one story of many unexplainable things that have happened to us. But this is easiest to write down, and one that I was happy to have a witness to. My mother has passed away now, and I've moved away to Arizona, but whenever I go back to Iowa and I see Colton, he still gets creeped out by what happened. I will never truly know what happened, but I know that whatever it was that had my mother's voice, it was evil, and it was hungry. Disgusting Discovery, submitted by Big Mike G. One time when I was around 13, me and my friends were at our local ball field throwing a baseball around and shagging flies. There were 4 of us total: Ken, Dan, Randy, and me. The field was at a town park, and the outfield butted up against some forest land. There was a small fence before it, and then some grass, and then the trees. We were taking turns knocking up pop flies to each other as the evening wore on. It sounds kind of funny now, but we all practiced all the time that summer outside of Little League. We were all convinced we'd skip JV and go straight to the varsity team. Yeah, right. We were all 120 pounds soaking wet with a bushel of baseballs on our head. Anyway, we still had fun doing it. It was starting to get a little dark out, maybe around 8:30, but there was still enough light to play. Randy started really trying to belt it, and finally knocked one past the fence into the trees. He did it again, and I told him I wasn't going to get those flies, he'd have to do it. I mean, honestly, it was pissing us off. So he took his bat and walked over to the little fence, climbed over it, and then headed into the trees where he had hit the balls. We all just stood around talking, thinking we were done for the night. And that's when we heard him yell out, Guys, get over here!" We turned to see him standing at the edge of the woods and waving for us to come over. We trotted over, jumped the fence, and he was really worked up and had a scared look on his face. When we asked what was up, he just said, "This is so effing gross, man, I almost puked." We followed him into the trees, and maybe 10 feet in, there was a little clearing, maybe 8 feet around. Inside the circle was a bunch of dead animals, and by dead, I mean their heads were gone, and some of their paws were too. There were raccoons, squirrels, skunks, some cats, and one dog, and there were flies all over the place. We all took off back to the ball field. Dan asked out loud, "What the hell was that? I mean, those were killed by another animal, no way." We all agreed. I mean, the heads were taken right off, and everything was just in this messy, neat pile. I went back for another look. The guys all stayed there. I mean, there was no rhyme or reason about it. Just a bunch of random animals with their heads pulled off. Their heads weren't there either. Those were totally missing. We decided to get out of there and ran to the cop station. Dan's uncle was a cop. He wasn't there, but we told the guy at the desk what we had found, and he thought we were putting him on. He said to stay there, and he radioed a call out to the ball field. We all stood around waiting impatiently, and finally the guy called back and said we weren't making it up, but it was probably just a fox or something that did it. He was getting animal control to take care of it. The desk cop told us to take off and thanked us for letting them know. We talked about it all the way back to our neighborhood before splitting up for our homes. Most of the conversation was, "There's no way that a fox did that." A couple of days later, Dan saw his uncle and asked him if he had heard about it, and he said yes, and that the guys told him that we'd let the cops know. Dan told him, "There's no way a fox did that." And his uncle said, "Who said anything about a fox? I was told it was definitely the work of a person." I guess the cops didn't want us to be scared or something and made up the fox line. So our hunch was right all along. Dan told us that, and we all got quiet. I mean, what kind of screwball was in our neighborhood doing that to animals, and right near a park, for God's sake? We stopped hanging out there in the evenings because it was just too creepy. I'll never forget that pile of animals as long as I live, and I won't ever forget that someone with a screw loose did that. My Grandmother, submitted by Anonymous. This is more mildly creepy than scary, but if this is a coincidence, it sure is a hell of one. At Christmas 2011, my sisters and I paid a visit to my grandmother in her nursing home. She was suffering from late-stage dementia and was lucid a lot less those days. She recognized me immediately, and we all chatted for a bit, and things were going good. I finally told her I was pregnant and due July 24th, and she perked up and said, "I am tickled pink about that." She did mention a couple of times that she was excited to meet the baby, who I shortly had found out was a girl. I was very sick with morning sickness, so sick that I lost 35 pounds, and I had not had a chance to see my grandmother after that. Before I knew it, it was my induction date, exactly a week after my due date, July 30th, 2012. I knew my grandmother had gotten worse and wasn't expected to live much longer, and I thought if she just hangs on a few more days, she'll get to meet the baby. My parents were in the hospital with her while I was being induced. My dad called to me to tell me that he didn't think she'd be making it through the night. I was not progressing in my labor fast, and about 2:05 a.m., July 31st, my water finally broke, and with that came a massive amount of pain. The epidural had to be done twice because of wrong placement. I was still in a lot of pain, and the nurses started to panic because my labor was progressing extremely fast at that point. I was given medication to slow contractions, and that did nothing. My dad had called a few times during all of this, which I wasn't able to answer. And when I finally did, he said, "I just want to let you know, she's gone." I asked, "When?" And he said, "It was 2:05. I'm not a big believer in spirituality and that sort of thing, but I can't help to think maybe she passed my daughter at some point and said, 'Go now.'" I had an emergency cesarean at 9:05 that day, and I got out of the hospital just in time to attend my grandmother's funeral. Several people stopped me to say my daughter was a blessed baby. I'm sad that I didn't have closure with her, but I cannot ignore the feeling that my grandmother somehow knew my daughter. Terrifying Walk, submitted by Karen with a C. When I was in my early 20s, I was still living at home and working an entry-level job, trying to save money to get my own place. I was and am kind of a loner. Not all the time, but let's just say I like my space. Back then, I would get sick of the noise of my family and go for really long walks around my village. There was a small park a couple of miles away from my street, and I would throw on my Walkman and play tapes and go for my walks. I always stayed in light and didn't wander off the beaten path as a rule, but on this occasion, I felt I had to. It was a warm spring day, a little after 6 p.m., when I finished dinner and made my way out the door. I was probably listening to Bon Jovi or something like that, just enjoying the fresh air as I walked along the sidewalks that led to the park. When I got to the park, there were people playing basketball and a few guys playing sand volleyball. There were other people milling around too, and most of them looking like they were heading home. It was just getting dusky. That's when I noticed a gray 4-door Jeep drive slowly by me. I didn't think a lot of it right then, but as I continued to walk along following the road on the shoulder, it came back in the other direction, and I recognized it as the one that had just gone by me a few minutes earlier. So what? Just somebody out for a drive in the park. I made a big loop around the park as there are lots of roads that crisscross between the main drag. I figured it would be dark when I got back to the street, and I wanted to be under the streetlights for the rest of my walk back home. I turned around and was still enjoying my music in the night. The volleyball players and basketball players were gone, but people were still out on bikes and would ride by me occasionally. I saw the same Jeep parked on the opposite side of the road I was on, and I had to pass by it. For whatever reason, I started to feel uneasy and also had that notion of someone watching me. I don't know why, but I said the idea in the back of my head that something was wrong. So I bucked off the road through a little ditch and continued walking closer to the trees a little off the main road, but still in the same direction. I got past the Jeep and breathed a sigh of relief and looked back to see if it was still there. It was, but when I turned around, there was a man standing in front of me, literally 6 feet away. He raised his hand to say hi and said, "My name's Jerry. What's yours?" I stopped walking and froze as all those feelings I just had come flooding back with a rage. This was not right. This was bad. I just said, "Hello," and kept walking, but moved back down into the ditch to get back to the road. Before I knew it, this guy ran down into the ditch and tackled me. No warning, no nothing. I was beyond terrified. I tried to scream, but was so in shock that nothing came out. When I finally yelled out, "What the hell are you doing?" he slapped me in the face again and again and told me to shut up. Now it was right before full dark was falling, and I knew there wouldn't be a lot of people in the park. Maybe the rangers would come around, but I was in serious trouble, and I knew it. I tried to yell for him to stop, and this time he put one hand around my neck and started to choke me, while his other hand started to try to lift up my sweatshirt to get to my tights. I could barely breathe, and he just kept saying, "Shut up, shut up, shut up," and he was breathing very heavily. He was trying to put his hand into my pants, and I looked up from the ditch to the sky. On the road going by was a middle-aged couple on their bicycles. I locked eyes with both of them as they stared down. They could see my legs flailing, my hand hitting the back of this guy, and had to have seen that he was choking me and obviously trying to rape me. But they didn't stop. They just kept riding. The guy was becoming even more aggressive. He finally let go of my throat and literally punched me in the eye. It hurt so bad, and I was trying to breathe, that all I could do was suck air and see stars. I thought to myself, this is it. You're going to get raped and probably murdered. After this happened, a few months later, someone told me that I should have remained positive, and I remember looking at that woman directly in the face and said, "Have you ever been in this position?" And she said, "No, but I know many people who have." And I said, "That doesn't mean anything. Until you're there, keep your thoughts to yourself." Sorry for the sidebar. But something amazing happened right then. Apparently 2 of the volleyball players had left something behind and happened to be coming by and saw what was up. One of them ran down and literally knocked this guy off of me. He began punching the heck out of him while the other guy asked if I was okay, and I could barely muster a response, but sort of nodded. He ran to his car to get the sheriff. The creep broke away from the volleyball player and managed to run back to his Jeep and get in and tear out of the park. The volleyball player, whose name I'm not going to mention, chatted with me without touching me or anything, and he thought that it would freak me out, I'm sure. But I told him over and over how happy I was and how thankful I was, although I was crying the entire time. He just kept saying, "You need to have yourself looked at, and you're bleeding." A few minutes later, we heard police sirens, and not only were the park rangers coming out, but also the local sheriff. I told them everything that happened over and over, described the gray four-door Jeep as best I could, and gave them the best description of the guy, but to be honest, in my terror, I lost a lot of details. To make this a little shorter, I had to go to the hospital and get checked out, and ended up staying there overnight because I was completely hysterical. I didn't go to school for over a week, totally afraid to go outside. My friends came over to comfort me, and I do remember my teachers waiving all my assignments and tests. 2 things I want to leave everyone with. If you see something wrong happening, please do something about it. I'm not saying that you have to get involved physically, but do what you can to help someone else out, even if it's yelling that you see what's going on to scare someone off. And it doesn't have to be what happened to me. I don't care what it is. It could be someone going through a neighbor's mail. Second, if you do see something happening like those older people did and just went on with your night and say nothing, I want you to know there's a special place in hell for people like you. The volleyball players were about 22 at the time, and I'm still in contact with the guy who helped me out. He is now a police officer himself in a state a couple over from mine with a wonderful family, and he's a huge part of his community. Part of the service that he gives back is about what happened to me, how he reacted, and how all civilians can help out the police and everyone around them by doing the right thing. I have a family of my own now, and since birth I've preached to my kids, both my son and daughter, to be careful wherever they go, to always keep their guard up, and remember that they too can make a difference if they see something bad happening. They're 24 and 25 now, and I know they'll teach their kids the same. The Apricot Trees, submitted by Anonymous. I had just had a C-section and was holding my newborn baby when I noticed a man pull into my driveway. This is not unusual, as our house is the first one on the street right off the highway. It's a dead-end street, and we get probably 10 or more people every day using our driveway to turn around and get back onto the highway. This man was probably in his early 80s. He parked, got out of his truck, and walked up to our door. It was unlocked since a neighbor had just stopped by, and I assumed this man was just a neighbor we hadn't met yet. That was until he turned the handle and started to walk in. I was startled and couldn't get up very fast since I was only a day out of the hospital. But I did get up, and I stopped him from walking into my house, and he asked, "Are those your apricot trees?" and pointed to my neighbor's trees, which were extremely obviously not in our yard. No, that's our neighbor Julie's trees. Why?" He replied, "Oh, I really need apricots because I'm trying to make some jam." He noticed my 5-year-old daughter and my 3-year-old son and said to them, "Come help me pick some apricots. I'll give you some money. Do you have any teenage boys that can help?" I was pissed that he even asked, and I called another neighbor to ask if she would come up and talk to me about the trees. This was really so she could just help me get them off my property if push came to shove. She's usually packing. By this point, he saw her 4-year-old son, who was running up the hill a lot faster than his mom, and he said, "Come on, kids, I have some candy." My kids excitedly ran outside, mostly because they saw the neighbor's son, and I tried to follow as fast as I could, but the kids were out the door really fast. I went outside and heard my neighbor yelling, "Do not take his candy! Stay away from that man!" With that, she yanked her son away from the man, who had started getting candy out of his center console and handing it to the kids. Her son had a piece of candy, and she ripped it out of his hand and threw it into the street. "Look, you need to leave. If you want apricots so goddamn bad, go to the grocery store like a normal person. Now get the hell out of here." She yelled that while ushering all of the kids back into my house. Seconds later, he peeled out and drove off. He didn't have a license plate on the front, and he took off so fast I couldn't see the back one. We called the police, but there wasn't much they could do since we only had a vague description of him and his car. But did he seriously just try to kidnap our kids? 3 years later, I still don't understand what the hell that man was thinking. Why he came to my house when the trees obviously weren't mine, and why he wanted to know if I had teenage boys in my house. Creepiest old man ever. I should have called the police first, but I honestly thought it was just another neighbor. I haven't seen him since, and I'm definitely okay with that. The Stories from the Store, submitted by Holly. My family has owned a convenience store that is located, for lack of a better description, in the middle of nowhere. It's the place you stop between different cities for usually a desperately needed bathroom break and a tank of gas. We're not far from a small town with fast food restaurants, but we are the first stop going one way and the last stop going another. The store is also located on a crossroads where there's a lot of traffic, and consequently, that also leads to a lot of traffic accidents. To give you an idea of what the store looks like, I really need to. It's not exactly your typical gas station. When you enter the store, the cash register sits in the middle and a little to your right. The convenience store portion is on the left, and the far, far left wall has a cooler that's filled with cold drinks like you would see in any normal gas station. The snacks, hot coffee and cappuccino, are in horizontal rows in front of the cooler. And also, when you immediately walk in, you can see the ice cream freezers against the front wall. On the right, there's the local merchandise in the same horizontal rows as on the left. If you continue walking down the middle of the store, you'll find a large open restaurant on the left, and on the right, a small candy shop. The entire right part of the store had rows of local products like jams, olives, syrup, you name it. It's probably somewhere on that shelf if you needed to find it. If you go down around the fifth row toward the right wall, there are swinging kitchen doors that you might see in a 50s restaurant, and we call that the back. We keep everything out there that we fill with the right side of the store on shelves or in a large industrial freezer back there. The back is a large room that's shaped like a rectangle. It has shelves lining the walls to your right when you walk in, and to your left, the middle portion has tables against the right wall to prep the merchandise, and in front of you when you walk in, there's lockers for the employees to keep their stuff. On the left end of that rectangle, there's also a wall-to-wall freezer with a large sliding door. The last part of the layout that I want to tell you, because it's important, is the boss's office. It has a little window where the local workers cash checks, and to the right of that are the restrooms. Gosh, I know this is a lot, but I hope you have a pretty good idea of how the place looks. I started working there when I was pretty young, and would only work during the summer months from June to late August. I did so from my sophomore year in high school to when I was a freshman in college, and I would spend most of my time in the back. I was preparing merchandise because my dad thought I was particularly fast. When I was in the back prepping some of the items on the tables, empty boxes would fall off the shelves off to my left. I would go over and put things back, thinking that maybe somebody had made the shelf against the wall on the other side shake. But when I put things back on the shelves, just sure that they wouldn't slide off, but not 5 steps back to my workbox, they would fall again. It got to the point where I would just put the boxes on the ground, deciding that these boxes don't want to be on a shelf. My dad would come in later, put the boxes on the shelves, and they wouldn't fall. Another time when I was back there, I was there for a good portion of the day, and I was getting ready to take my lunch break. I turned, and I swear, there was the shadow leaning up against the shelves where the boxes had fallen before. I could see where the figure had left his left foot crossed over his right, and its arms were crossed over its chest. It scared me so bad. I was so afraid I ran right out of there at full sprint. I saw that shadow other summers throughout the times that I worked there, but that first time I was beyond terrified. The shadow would always catch me in moods where I was prepared to throttle somebody. I would just holler out, "Go away!" And it would. No heaviness in the air, no creepy shadow. I later found out that this shadow scared the living daylights out of several other employees. I guess it's almost like a rite of passage at this point to see someone leaning against the shelves in shadow form. Every once in a while, my dad would tell me that one of the employees would come up front and stand right next to him and not leave his side for a good hour or so, and no matter how many times he asked if they were okay, they insisted they were fine. One time, there was a group of ladies working in the back to get a huge shipment out onto the shelves as quickly as they could. They were just talking and listening to music, when suddenly their music turned off. The one who was playing the music off their phone began to fiddle with it, thinking the phone was being finicky. Everybody didn't think anything of it and just continued their work. But then, every door to the lockers behind them slammed shut. Mind you, these are those old-time metal lockers that squeak when you even move a door. For that reason, every door is usually kept shut, but every door managed to swing open without anyone hearing, and in that sudden silence, with just the sounds of work happening, the doors slammed shut. The ladies yelled and my dad came rushing back there thinking someone had tried to break inside, but all he found was a bunch of girls that were really upset. When my dad told me this story, he concluded with, I guess it didn't like the music they were playing. We'd all played music at one point or another, but for whatever reason, it didn't like that song. Something else that happened to myself was when I would get off of work when the store was closed, I would wait for my dad to finish so we could head home. I usually waited in the office. The office consisted of 2 rooms, the one with the window I already mentioned, and the one with the computers and the door. In the room with the window, they had hung a semi-transparent black curtain, and a comfortable chair was also in there, so I usually just made myself at home, played a game on my phone, and waited for my dad to complete his tasks. I always asked if he wanted help, but he always said it was faster if he just did it by himself. About halfway through my first summer of working there, I was sitting in the chair when I saw the curtain move. It never moved unless someone ran into it, and it caught my attention, so I looked up and saw someone with a green shirt walking by. Being the person that I am, my first thought was to wonder what jackass didn't hear that we were closing. We always yelled it through both echoey bathrooms every night. I went out into the store, and there was no one there. My dad was walking towards me, though, and I couldn't see his face because it was dark. When he got to me, he looked confused. "What were you doing?" he asked. I thought I saw someone walk by, and I kind of trailed off and pointed at the window. I was wondering if a brush of air would have actually made the curtain move, because surely my dad would have seen anybody else out there if they had walked by. My dad asked me to stay where I was, and then he checked every room in the store. I told him I would check the bathrooms, and I did, but not a soul was in that entire store. If I hadn't seen the color of the person's shirt, I wouldn't be so convinced that I saw anyone. My dad just shook his head and said, I'm ready to go home, are you?" I nodded and we left. Later, the same thing happened with the curtain. I think it was another time in that summer, but I didn't leave the office, having convinced myself it was just a breeze from the air conditioning, even though we shut the air conditioning off right at closing. My dad later admitted that he often saw people walking past the window, but he always thought it was just his eyes playing tricks on him. Our schedule changed frequently, and one morning we were out there getting ready to open, probably 10 till 6 because Dad always opened a little bit earlier. I got to the front, and I was waiting for my dad to bring the till to the cash register. He started with the restaurant and candy shop, and it usually took him a few cycles around the store to finish with all the tills. I was waiting for the opening money before we could open the doors, and my dad flicked on the lights, and I saw that there was this old truck in the parking lot. I could see from where I was standing that there was no one in the truck, but I remembered that we had this one frequent customer that my dad knew. He would always come in with one of his old trucks, and my dad always told me that he had a couple of them. I was expecting my dad's friend, and was a little surprised, though, when this tall cowboy walked in. He looked to be pushing 70, and had his long hair pushed back by a white straw Stetson, which I remembered because my grandfather had one just like it. He looked at me with a slight smile and said, "Morning, little lady. It's nice to see you this fine morning." His voice had a very thick southern accent, which wasn't too weird considering we got a lot of travelers. But usually, I would expect people to be traveling this early to be a trucker or traveling with somebody else. It just seemed strange that he was alone. I smiled back and said, "Good morning. How are you today?" "I'm doing fine. I'm looking for coffee," he said. And I pointed to the coffee maker, which my dad had just fixed that morning. He strolled over at his leisure and got his coffee. Most people that came to our store, especially the older folks, generally preferred to have some small talk, otherwise the cashier can seem a bit standoffish. So I looked for something to talk about. "So, how was this fine morning going for you?" he asked as he stirred sugar into his coffee. And I remember thinking, "Oh, wow, he just put a lot of sugar in there." "It's going good," I replied. "Just opening up. You might actually have to wait because I don't have the till up here yet." Then I was very aware that my dad was standing a few feet to my right where the entrance to the cashier was. He was holding the till and he looked concerned. "Who are you talking to?" he asked me. I pointed at where the old man was standing, but when I turned, there was no one there. When I looked out into the parking lot, there was nothing, no one, nothing in sight. Now everyone knows that those old trucks are not exactly quiet, and I highly doubt that this older gentleman could have bolted out the door, gotten into his truck before I turned my head. Not to mention, my dad would have seen him. The next few stories I wanted to share are mainly my dad's, and he's worked at the store for a lot longer than me, but he's the one who's had weirder experiences. The first happened when my dad closed the store one night. He was completely alone and was headed back toward the office when he heard a baby cry in the bathroom. My dad knew it was in the bathroom because the store doesn't really echo, but the bathroom itself is very echoey, and this cry to him was echoing. My dad said that his first thought was, "What asshole left their baby in the damn bathroom?" And he went into the first women's restroom, but it was empty. So then he went into the men's restroom, and it was empty. My dad said he got so scared he wasn't going to find the crying baby, so he searched every inch of the floor for that baby. But when he came out of the back after looking in the freezer and everywhere else, the crying had stopped. My dad later talked to his employees about this, and they all exchanged looks. Apparently, each one of them had had a similar experience around closing time, when they would hear a baby crying in the bathroom. There was never a baby in that bathroom. Another story happened not only to my dad, but several employees and one customer. It was near closing time, and there was a customer whom one of our employees was ringing up. My dad was messing with this thing we keep the coins in, and it takes forever, but he was crouching a little behind the employee. Parallel to the register, there was another manager, and I'll call him Danny. He was just sweeping up. There was also another employee, and I'll call her Kate, and she was just putting stock on the shelves, almost right next to Danny. My dad said he was aware that a customer was walking across the middle aisle in front of him, presumably heading to the register. But when he raised his head to look at her, so did Danny, so did Kate, and so did the customer. They all saw a woman, and they were all watching her as she took a few steps towards the register and then disappeared. My dad looked at Danny and Kate, who he was now with, and was sure that he had seen from their expressions that they were looking at the same thing. Then he turned around and saw the expression on the customer's face. That poor customer. My dad, when he told me the story, said, "She looked like she'd seen a ghost." Every one of them had seen this lady heading towards the cash register, and all of them had seen her disappear. The last story I have happened to my dad when I was around 13. I had already spent most of a whole summer working there, about a year and a half after the first incident. My dad was closing up the office, and he was in the middle of counting money to balance the tills for the following day, when he heard clear as day someone whisper, "I see you." He could feel the breath of their last words settle on the back of his neck. Naturally, my dad whipped around, but there was no one in the office. He searched the next room over that I mentioned, and he looked up the center aisle. There was no one. Dad called my mom, convinced someone was in the store, and searched every room with her on the phone so someone would be able to call the police should he be attacked. He even looked out back, but there wasn't a soul on the flat land for as far as my dad could see. Fortunately, we have cameras all over the store, so my dad hung up with my mom. He pulled out the cameras thinking he was going to see this person and catch them wherever they were hiding. He turned on the camera, saw himself whip around, but just as before, there was no one there. He went back to earlier before they had turned out the lights, and still there was not a soul in the store. My dad searched all the comings and goings of the office that day. There was no one unfamiliar, and no one but my dad had come in that night. So I put it to you. Is my family store haunted? I know that the store is literally out in the middle of nowhere, and there have been a lot of deaths on that road. I mean, some of them including entire families, sadly. I don't know, but I do know that all too often, that gas station might be someone's last stop. The Sound and Trophy, submitted by Michaela P. This was last year, and I haven't gotten over it. I'm just 11 years old, and I was 10 when this happened, and all of it's true. I had 2 friends over, Callie and Dean, and we were playing a game of hide-and-seek, and I don't play anymore because of this. The rules were you couldn't go in the attic, you couldn't go outside, and you couldn't go into my parents' room. Me, Callie, and Dean were still friends, and we talk about this a lot, but we were playing, and I heard something drop in my parents' room, and I yelled out, "All right, who's up there? Callie, I swear to God you better be praying." Again, like I said, that was one of our only rules. Don't go in my parents' room. So I walked in, and there was nobody there. I mean, the sound was like a heavy drop, like a body was falling onto the floor or something. I looked around, and I saw it, and I screamed and ran out, and Callie ran after me, but Dee didn't hear it. So I ran back in, and what I found was a shadow holding the pistol my dad keeps hidden away. This thing looked at me, and that's when I screamed and ran. When my parents got home, they saw the gun laying out on the floor, and they looked at me dead in the eyes and said, "You didn't do this, do you?" I broke down, crying my eyes out. I basically died right there and then. I mean, I lost trust from my family, and even one of my girlfriends. And I know I'm a little girl. She didn't believe me when we broke up right after the move. Now I'm in a new house with a new relationship, but I still have nightmares of that creepy-ass smile that fucking shape gave me. I hope I never see that shadow again. You better pray that I don't have something to beat his ass with. That's the end of my story. Some spooky stuff, submitted by Dead Elmo. First off, I'm a huge fan of your podcast and have always wanted to share this story with anyone, because no one else besides myself, my brother, our cousin, I mean, not even our parents or anyone else on this fucking earth knows. This is the story of how I, who I'll call myself Ro, and my brother, who I'll call Rick, and my cousin, who I'll call Jim, witnessed a murder in the woods by what we think maybe were serial killers. The year was 1999, and this happened in a small town in Idaho. I remember it being 1999 because Blink-182's new album had just been released. And that was the thing to listen to. If you didn't then, you were considered kind of a softcock. I don't know why, but you just were. Anyway, a little more backstory. At the time, I was 15. My brother was 17. My cousin was 17 as well. We all went to the same high school, and Jim knew his way around getting some of the good stuff, like kush or alcohol, whenever we wanted to at the time. But preferably the kush. Anyways, we all lived on a road kinda in suburbia, but a little bit sketchier and a little more run down. There were these woods on our road that were about 2 football fields in length across and 1 deep into the woods that had been there since my family moved in a few years ago. There was a trail out there that people would walk all the time. They'd walk their dogs and shit like that. That year, there were some major winds that had blown, and 3 or 4 trees had fallen over and pulled the roots right out of the ground, up with the trunks. No one ever came to clear them out, so they had just always stayed there. So back to the story. Jim had gotten his hands on some weed, borrowed a pipe from one of his friends, and we were planning to smoke that night. The plan was that me and Rick were going to sneak out of our house at 11 p.m. We weren't too worried about sneaking out and waking up our mom, but we still had to be quiet, sneaking past her room to go down the stairs, out the back door, which I had to oil so it wouldn't squeak when it opened, and then we were going to meet Jim at a telephone pole at 11:15 sharp. We had executed all this perfectly dozens of times before, so we weren't breaking a sweat about getting caught or the smell of weed. And if so, we always had some sort of air freshener that smells like the woods or some shit, so the kush smell would disappear into the woods. "You got the shit?" I asked Jim as we started to walk out into the woods. "Fuck yeah, dude," he said, as he showed us this crazy amount. We'd always had a designated smoke spot in those woods, but for some reason, Rick was like, fuck it. We should try some other place. We all agreed, and we don't know why, but thank the heavens we did. The normal spot was smack dab in the middle of the woods, but it was well hidden. It was never found by any animal or human due to the fact that it was surrounded by blackberry bushes and their thorns. We were about 50 feet away from this fort by a little creek river thing that ran through the ditch, right throughout the entire woods. So, there we were in the little ditch river thing, getting high, and when headlights flashed in our direction, like someone was turning onto the road. Mind you, we were closer to the entrance than our hangout spot was, so we ducked down thinking that it's a person with a flashlight, out to bust our high teenager asses. But in the midst of ducking, and a few of the "get the fuck down, shut the fuck up, and hey, I hear something," we heard a car slowly coming down, but the driver didn't turn the car off. We sat there a few seconds and we started to hear Adam's song by Blink-182. We looked at each other and were like, "Hey, let's fucking go some Blink-182, man." But then Rick said, "Shut the fuck up. Wait." Being the older brother and having that tougher attitude towards things, he looked over the ditch and motioned his arm for us to look up. So, sketchy red van, and the lights were on. This was the only light anywhere because there was no street lights on our street, so it was evident that this was in the car. What we saw made us all whimper in fear. Two dudes were sitting there that looked maybe in their 30s, that had dropped out of high school and lived on the street for 5 years or so, and they each had huge knives in their hands. We all looked at each other in horror, and even Jim was shitting himself, and he wanted to be a cop when he was older. When we looked back a few seconds later, the two guys in the car were putting masks on. One was Jason's hockey mask from Friday the 13th, and the other guy put on a Freddy Krueger mask from A Nightmare on Elm Street. These two sick fucks then looked into the back of the van, looked at each other, clinked their knives like they were drinking beers, and then turned the music up. Me, being the youngest, was the most scared. I ducked really fast. This made somewhat of a loud noise, and one of the dudes looked up. He took out a flashlight and scanned the forest line as Rick and Jim slowly ducked as the flashlight passed by them. "The fuck was that?" the guy with the Jason mask asked aggressively. "I don't know. Probably some fucking deer. Man, that shit's common out here," said the other guy. They both seemed to shrug it off as they opened the truck doors, and we could see that these two sick fucks were carrying out a woman in her early 30s, knocked out cold. Still alive, but knocked out. All the while, Blink-182 was playing over all of this. "Fuck, fuck, fuck," said Rick under his breath as we watched this happening. The part in the song where Hoppus sings the lyric, "I never thought I'd die alone," played, and I thought, fucking hell, this is it for me. But I won't die alone. I'll die along with my bros, unlike this person. We watched as they walked down the trail, carrying their knives and this woman. "Boss is going to be proud of this one," the guy in the Jason mask said, loud enough for us to hear it. "Fuck yeah, dude. Maybe we'll even get paid extra because of what this bitch did," said the other guy. I thought, what? Boss? Paid? What the fuck did this woman do to deserve this? Freddy Mask Guy then said, "All right, so where are we taking care of the business?" "I found this kid's fort that I cut through a few days ago. It's the perfect spot to do it," said the guy with the Jason mask. Holy fucking shit, I thought in my head. We could have been out at that fort, but we had chosen to come over here to smoke. We watched those guys carry the woman into our fort, laid her down, and then stopped. Hey, maybe we should check out the rest of the forest, said the Freddy mask guy. All right, fine, said the Jason guy. We all looked at each other like, we are so fucked, they're going to spot us easily. I mean, we're only 50 feet away from them, and they have flashlights. But then it hit us. In between the different sections of the river were these tunnels that were just barely enough to maybe let 3 skinny teenagers in. We all, as quietly as we could, went in swiftly, and we crawled in through the tunnel as far enough as so the guys had passed over the river. Anyone down there, you reckon? Asked the Freddy guy. Nah, said the Jason guy. There must have been some other being out there to tell those guys to not look into the tunnel that late, like maybe Jesus or something, because they just brushed it off. And we sat in that goddamn tunnel for another 15 minutes until we saw the flashlights disappear again, and they were shining towards the fort. We didn't dare move an inch, regardless if we were visible or not. And then we heard, all right, let's do this shit. And another sickening clink of those knives. We all started breathing like it was minus 20 degrees. We were so scared. We heard the 2 guys each take a stab at the woman with a loud grunt from each. We also heard muffled screaming from the woman, and I actually puked on my shirt. And so did the other guys. These 2 psychos took a few more stabs each, and eventually the screaming stopped. Meaning they had finished their job. I couldn't believe this shit. Me and my bros had just witnessed a fucking murder in the woods, in the middle of the night, on a fucking road we had lived on for years. We were all crying our eyes out at that point, but as silently as we could, and breathing like we had just run a 5K. Then we heard the 6 words in the distance that I can still hear to this very day. Let's dump her in the river. We jolted a little then, frozen out of pure fear. We heard the crunching of leaves and branches coming our way as we started to duck down even further into the pipe, and then we heard the sickening thud of the woman's body falling into the creek bed. We had our eyes closed during all of this, and then we heard a in a grunting voice. Boss is going to be proud. And the other guys say, hell yeah, he is. After that, we heard the guys walking back to their truck. We finally opened our eyes to see the woman's lifeless body turned and looking at us. All of us were whispering aloud in our heads, what the fuck? I was too frozen in fear to close my eyes, and not to look at her lifeless body staring in my soul. We heard the truck doors open, then slam, and the tires taking off. As soon as we heard it turn off to our road, we all burst out of there, grabbed our weed, and hauled ass home. We all sprinted to my brother's house through the back, up the stairs and into our room. We started puking our guts out and weeping as quietly as we possibly could. We were just teenagers, and we just witnessed a murder on our own fucking street. Jim stayed up with us that night, till morning, and all day we couldn't fall asleep. That was the last priority. But we couldn't call the cops because we were so high out of our minds and underage, in a place that this was very, very illegal. All we could do was shut the fuck up and stay in the house. Around noon the very next day, still in our room, having not slept a wink, I looked outside and saw some of our neighborhood friends walking towards the woods. And you know what? I'm going to make this short. They found the body of the woman, someone called the cops, and they were all questioned, but they returned having nothing to do with it. We, of course, knew everything about it, but were never questioned because we never brought it up. There was a huge investigation that was launched, and the following months were just cop cars up and down our road every day, so that meant no cush for us anymore. We even saw them carrying out the body on a stretcher through my window. I had to look away, knowing what had happened. Of course, they never found the 2 guys, and I haven't heard or seen anything about them since. I'm now 37. I'm a pilot. I'm married. I have 2 children, and I'm writing this story from a hotel in Washington State, and I had to get this fucking story out to somebody. I also want to mention that years after the incident, my friend Jim took his own life due to unknown reasons. And I've learned since, don't take life for granted. It's a gift we get to just live. And for all those motherfuckers out there that try to end others' lives, you're sick fucks, and you deserve to rot in hell. Thanks for reading my story, Uncle Josh. Again, huge fan. Thanks. Creepy clicking sound, submitted by Gabriella V. So, I've been a fan of your channel for some time now, and I thought this would be fine sending you this. For some details, I live in Mexico. I'm 11 years old, and I'm a girl. I have 2 little stepsisters and a cousin living with us. My mom is divorced, so it's a family of 5. It's been a year since we moved here to this little town that's in Morelos. My mom was born here, and she has a lot of family here. We moved into a house on top of a hill, and it was a piece of shit if you ask me. It had no doors whatsoever, only one to the bathroom. I should mention that in our old house there was some weird shit going on there, like seeing people in the dark or seeing things move in the corner of your eye, and you always felt you were being watched if you were in the bathroom. My mom always felt a presence in the house and thought that it was evil, and I always had these horrible nightmares. My mom had these experiences when she was with my dad, so when she felt these things again, she was panicking on the inside, but not wanting to scare us. She just told me that we had to get our pastor to bless the house, and we're Christian, by the way. And then it would stop, but when we were moving, it started again, so we just decided to get out of there. Nothing really happened for a few months. We celebrated Christmas there. It was December 21st or 22nd, I can't remember the exact date. I was sleeping when I woke up to this sense of dread. And then I heard it. This clicking sound. It sounded like someone was clicking their tongue to get my attention. Shit, I thought as I moved to try to see what was happening. And then there were footsteps. And it went like this. And then it stopped. I felt like crying. And I actually think I did. But then it started that fucking clicking sound again. So I grabbed my headphones and just slept with music on. The next day I told my mom and asked if she had woken up and did that and said, "What?" "No, why?" Not wanting to freak her out, I said, I must have just been hearing things. I just sat there eating my cereal. The next things are a little bit scary to me, but also it was kind of cool in a way. I mean, I am a creepypasta fan and I like scary stories, so I'm kind of amused by these things. But it didn't scare me, not like the one with that clicking thing. So I was doing laundry, and that's my favorite thing to do in the house. In the laundry room, there's this cable that connects the laundry and dryer, and it goes out to the yard and connects to an outlet there. And there's a button that you have to push to turn it on. And I swear on my drawing book, I turned it on, but when I turned on the dryer, it didn't go. When I looked, the button was off. And this had happened to me so many times, I just started to think it was normal. But when my mom does laundry, that never happens. Maybe whatever it is that's doing that is scared of my mom, or maybe just doesn't want me doing laundry. But I think it's also mimicked my mom's voice. Let me explain. I'd be in my room and alone when my mom would go out, and I would stay inside because of the COVID shit that's going on. I would be taking care of my sisters when I would hear, "Sophia!" I would hear it downstairs, and it's a 2-story house. I would say, "Oh, Jesus Christ, this woman," and I would go downstairs, but there wouldn't be anyone there. And my sisters always said they never heard anything. This happened a lot. Sometimes my mom can be kind of toxic. One time I forgot to do the laundry, and I was on my tablet, and she told me that she'd break my hand if I dared to touch it. I wasn't crying because she knows how much I like to draw, but sometimes she would just look at me like this evil look and say that whatever I was doing wasn't a professional job. Of course, I would cry, but when I did, I would feel whatever was in our house as presence, and feel comfortable, and then carry on. For whatever reason, I noticed that whatever was in our place liked my drawings and my digital art too, because I would work on something, go to get something else, and then find my drawing crumpled up like someone was flipping the pages. While I was on digital, it would mess around with brushes or go through layers. I also thought it was watching me sleep, because I always felt like someone was watching me, but in a good way. That's all I want to share right now. I'll update it soon, but I hope you read this, and I understand it might have been difficult to read, but I appreciate you doing it. Cemetery Scare, submitted by Kimberly H. So this is the first time I've shared anything like this. I've had a few scary moments over my time, but never shared them. Here's one from my workplace. So, here goes. First, you need a bit of background information. I work in a cemetery. Yep. It was built in the 1800s and has a crematorium standing at the top of a hill. I worked in the main office and dealt with 4 active cemeteries, still in use and currently burying. And there were also 4 closed cemeteries, very old with very vast amounts of land. My office stores all the ashes from cremations and also the belongings of people that the state pays for funerals. The office was part of an old house that used to be a home on the grounds where the diggers and cremators lived back in the day. I'd been working in this part for about 10 months and found out I was 4 months pregnant. I had a son that was 2.5 at that point, so I was working only part-time, but 2 full days and 1 half day. Morning only, and this is relevant, trust me. I got to work one morning and I arrived a little before everyone else, so I made my way to the kitchen to make coffee and make myself comfortable before work. I filled the kettle and tapped it in and left the office quickly to get my coffee. Sidebar, I'm a bit of a coffee lover and have expensive coffee that I keep locked in my desk drawer. So I got my coffee and made my way back to the kitchen, and I passed the urns of ashes shelved up ready to be laid to rest or collected by families. When I walk past them every morning, I always bid them good morning. This particular morning I said, "Good morning," then stopped and said, "You all know I'm pregnant and suffering. I think you should make my morning coffee for me." They smiled and then said softly, "I understand, you don't like the smell." I smiled again. Please don't ask. I do talk to myself a lot, and I think of the ashes as people still. I then really needed to use the toilet, and being pregnant, there was no holding it at that point. So I placed my ground coffee on one of the shelves and said, "Oh boy, nature's calling. Just look after this for a moment." And I ran back towards my desk to the door that led to the toilet. When I returned, I grabbed my coffee, thanked the ashes, and continued to the kitchen. I opened the door and saw the kettle had boiled over, and my carafe was placed along with my cup on the glass cutting slate on the counter in front of the kettle. I didn't think anything of it and continued to make my coffee. So I walked back to my desk, again passing the ashes, and said, "Hey, here's to another day," and toasted them all with my coffee, and then got back to my desk. When I sat down, I placed my coffee on the mat I had, and suddenly I heard a massive banging upstairs coming from the permits office. This leads up from the main office where I sit. I presume the crematorium manager had gotten to the office, and for the sake of the story, I'll just call him Jack. So I called up, "Hey, I've just boiled the kettle, Jack, and can chuck a tea together if you like." Jack was an Earl Grey tea type kind of guy. Tea is yucky. Anyway, there was no answer, just a sort of shuffling. So I called again, and nothing. I thought maybe I was just hearing things and went back to my desk. But after a moment, the bang happened again. I was very confused at this point. I just sat there quietly and made sure that I was paying attention to any other noises. Then I heard what sounded like the filing cabinet slamming open and then closing and then opening. So, me being me, bold and outgoing, I thought I'd ask if he needed help and started to stride across my office. I got to the bottom of the stairs and opened the door and shouted up, "Hey Jack, you okay? You need help with something?" The shuffling and slamming stopped abruptly, and I just couldn't work this out. So I walked up the stairs thinking I heard mumbling too. I didn't see anything when I reached the banister top. The office was completely empty. The cabinets were closed, and the chairs were pulled in, and all the computers were off. I said out loud, "This pregnancy is driving me insane. I'm too old for this malarkey." Then I started walking down the stairs, and I heard a whisper say, "Nonsense. You're perfect." I turned, and there was nothing. I mean, at this point, I thought I was totally losing my mind. When I got to the bottom of the office stairs that led to my main office, I opened the door and thought, man, that was just creepy. Then people started arriving. Jack got there and looked at me as I was probably pale with shock at this point, and he asked if I was okay. He walked over to me with a concerned look, and I told him with a smile what had happened with the noises coming from his office. He smiled and said, "Oh, don't worry, that's Doris. She won't hurt you." I stared at him shocked and asked, who is Doris? Apparently, Doris was a lovely lady who used to work here many, many years ago. He never really knew her, but deduced it was her by the story. So, as I said, this office I worked in was a house placed at the front of the cemetery when it was first built to house groundsmen, or diggers as they were called. Back in the day, the plots were dug to hold 10 to 40 bodies, and this, as you can imagine, was very, very dangerous for diggers and groundsmen, as they could dig and dig and dig, then the ground might collapse around on them. There were known to be many diggers buried alive at one time. But this lady was a wife of a very long-standing digger that had always been very cautious, but eventually, sadly, was given too many new men to guide at one time, and that led to his demise. He was digging a pauper's grave, as it was called back then, for 25 deceased people coming from World War II. As he reached the bottom of this new grave, one of the new young lads misstepped and brought the sides down on the digger, and unfortunately buried them alive. By the time they reached him, he was gone. His wife was making dinner for all the groundsmen at the time in the house lodge. She was told what had happened, that her husband was gone, and she stayed to ensure the lads got their meals whilst digging the grounds further, ready for the returning soldiers of the war. Apparently, a couple of weeks later, she died of a broken heart. All the groundsmen had adored her and ensured that she was buried in the same plot as her husband. From then on, the lads would find food pulled from cupboards and herbs on the counter ready to make a meal. They would hear things moving about upstairs where she had washed all their clothes. They all claimed that this was Doris looking after them, even in her passing. So Jack told me that story and then said, "Honestly, I'll make my way back here every now and then thinking how hungry I am, and I'll get to the office and find my fork pulled from my drawer and placed on my desk where I eat. I'll find tea bags in my cup when I enter in the morning, or if I've had a really bad day, too. She's really good to me. I've never complained." Then he smiled and made his way back to his office. So every morning I entered, and before I left for the day on my full day shifts, I would say hello to Doris separately from the ashes shelves, and then say good night when I left. Every morning, I'd get to the kitchen to make my usual coffee, and my cup would be waiting for me. That would really make me smile, and really feel sad at the same time. I mean, sad that she felt compelled to stay after all this time when the groundsman had changed so many times, and so the lodge home she once lived in had changed as well. After a couple of months, I left to have my baby, and upon my leaving the office to take my maternity leave, I did the same thing. I bid good morning, good day to the ashes, and a separate greeting for Doris. Then I said, "I'll be back soon, a fresh mummy, and I would bring in my baby so that she could see her soon." I visited the office and my daughter on a particular day. I was not having one of the best. My daughter was grumpy and miserable, and she hadn't had a day like that yet, which was really making me exasperated that I couldn't ease her. So I figured maybe she was just teething. We pulled up at my work. I parked and got her from the car, and then left her in the car seat as I was very exhausted at this point and had no interest in staying long. I ran into the office, said hello to the ashes shelf, and sent a hello to Doris. And that's when I put my daughter's car seat on one of the empty desks so to take her hands and just calm her. She looked up at me, and she smiled. She instantly stopped crying. She had been crying and whining all day, so I let out the loudest "thank God" without even thinking. Everyone looked at me smiling, asking how she'd been. I said, "Today, it's been a bad day, but she's such a dream." Sidebar. Both of my children were very happy babies, as in content in one world. They were the only babies in the ward, and yes, a little under 3 years apart from the same dad. They never cried. So happy I just slept. The only time they cried was the first poos and teething. with my daughter having the same sentiment as my son did in the hospital after their initial birth. Again, I figured it was teething. So I grabbed my teething gel and placed a little on her gums while I was saying hi to office colleagues. They were coming over and cooing all over her. One of my close friends, I'll call Sarah for this story, asked to hold her, so I handed her over to her and said, "She's not unhappy, she's just teething. She's okay." Sarah took her and gave her a good rock, and it seemed to soothe her for a moment longer. But Sarah did have work to do, so I took my daughter back and rocked her myself and placed my finger in her mouth to chew on whilst I was talking to everyone catching up on work and life. That's when my daughter stopped chomping on my finger and giggled. Everyone instantly went wild over her and said how beautiful her little giggle was. I thanked everybody, but looked at her while she was just finishing a giggle, and noticed she was actually looking past me, toward the ashes on the shelves. So I said without thinking, "Oh, you're meeting my friends, are you?" Everyone shook their heads and rolled their eyes, smiling when my manager came down to say hello, being told I was around. Then I made my way to the kitchen to heat a bit of milk to give my daughter before we went home. He made a coffee while we chatted and said to me out of the blue, "Is this yours?" He held up my Starbucks coffee cup. I said, "Yeah, do you need me to take it home and bring it back when I return after maternity leave?" He looked at me and said, "Every single morning I came into this kitchen and your cup was on this glass as if waiting for a coffee to be made. Gotta be honest, it freaks me out sometimes. I've even come in to check, and there's nothing out here. I'll fill the kettle. Sure, there's no cups out on the counter, maybe even gone to the bathroom or put stuff by my desk, but when I come back in the kitchen, your cup is always out here." He smiled and shook his head. I just smiled at him as I was leaving the room and said, "I think it must be Doris letting you know that I might need a coffee." I winked at him. He tried to laugh, but I could see that this was making him uneasy. When I returned to work, there was a bear placed just under my monitor. It was very small and fit into one of my hands, with a pink scarf and had a heart at the bottom of it. It was brown, and I picked it up as everyone was there, and I asked, "Hey, who left this for me?" Everyone looked around at each other, and there were looks around the office. Each and every colleague thought maybe the other one had put it there. By the end of the day, I found out that no one had placed the teddy there. It wasn't covered in mud or wet or anything. It wasn't something that fell from someone's memorial. The groundsman also said that they had no idea how it got there. None of them had placed it. The end of the day came, and eventually everyone left abruptly, and I said I had a couple of emails to finish up and then I was leaving. Having the keys and the alarm code, I was okay, and everyone left me alone. I finished my work and turned to grab everything to leave, and spotted the bear in the corner of my eye and then smiled. I then said out loud whilst picking it up, "So who left you for me?" And I heard the same soft voice I heard months earlier, just a whisper as if behind my ear. "A gift for you, from me. God bless your heart." I turned quickly and saw nothing, and smiled and then said aloud, "Thank you very much, Doris. I'll give this to my daughter tonight." My daughter cherished that bear until she could run about, and I washed it and placed it in her memory box. It was a magical bear. She would always hold the bear to her face when she felt sad or was teething. She would just rub it gently, and it seemed to soothe her instantly. I really thought I lost my mind a year before hearing those cabinets close and being opened abruptly, and the shuffling around the place was always making me think we had a demon or something. I was so heartwarmed to find I was completely wrong, but also very saddened to know that this lady may never find peace, or her husband in whatever afterlife there may be. I honor Doris every day I work, and I pray she finds the way to her husband one day. But until then, I know she's there, and whenever I take my children to work for some unavoidable reason, my daughter smiles the whole time she's there. The atmosphere is amazing when she's in the room, and it just makes me feel honored that my daughter clearly is happy for the short times that she goes to the office with me. Thanks for the reading of my story. I don't mind if it never makes to one of your videos, but I just wanted to share with you. Jack has left, and let's face it, it makes us all sound a bit nuts when you work for the local council and could be accused of anything, and even be looked at by child services. That concept alone stops me sharing this with anyone else. So, at the end of the day, I hope you enjoyed my story. After Work Psychos, submitted by Chad T. For context, I am now a 42-year-old man. I was 19 or 20 years old when this happened. I had just gotten off of work at a Sears Auto Center. I was tired, covered in grease, and all of that good stuff that comes along with working on cars all day. As I left the parking lot, I noticed a big, older model Ford Bronco tailgating me. As I pulled up to the light, I changed lanes to get this guy off my ass. I felt the eyes of these guys gazing at me, and I'm not going to lie, I was scared. I didn't want to look at him. They started screaming at me, and I still would not look over. Finally, I was forced to look once they threw a beer bottle at my car. I looked over, and the passenger yelled at me, "You cut us off, now we're going to kill you, faggot." I immediately said, "No, dude, I didn't cut you off. Stop throwing shit at my car." The light turned green, and I thought they were going to follow me for sure. And I was right. This was in 1998, way before I had a cell phone, so I couldn't call anybody for help, and these guys were as close to me as possible without hitting my bumper. It was about 10 p.m. on a Tuesday night, so there was hardly any traffic on the road. I was terrified. I did, however, have all my softball gear in the car. I pulled my aluminum back close to me in case I needed it. These guys seriously wanted to hurt me, and I didn't want them to follow me to my house, so I desperately tried to lose them. Their truck was huge, and I couldn't outrun them in my '89 Sundance. I wanted to drive to the police station, hoping these guys would just figure out what I was doing and get lost quickly. However, I did have an ounce of weed on me, so I couldn't risk getting arrested, again, for weed. I decided the only thing I could do was call their bluff. If they wanted it, they were going to get it. I could hear them screaming and throwing shit at my car for what seemed to be forever, but was probably only like 7 minutes. They kept calling me a fag, and I guess that was their go-to insult. Now, I'm not a huge guy, but I'm not a bitch either. So I clutched my bat tight to my body as I drove, thinking about the best place to stop and get this over with. I pulled into a small cemetery that backed into some woods. The small road loops around the cemetery, one way in, one way out. And they just kept screaming, "We're going to get you, faggot," and laughing uncontrollably. However, the laughing stopped when I slowed down and came to a stop. Once I put my car in park, I heard the guy in the passenger seat say, "What the fuck?" I knew then that they were scared little bitches. I opened my car and jumped out aggressively. The driver then said, "Oh, fuck this." Since I was blocking this small single-lane road, the only way out for them was to navigate in reverse in their big-ass truck. I mean, they had to reverse slowly so as not to hit anything. I walked them down as they reversed out, and I just said, "Where are you guys going? I thought you were going to kill me." The passenger all of a sudden said with a shaky voice, We thought you were somebody else, sorry." I took my bat and smashed their headlights out of the truck. They were both now screaming in terror, and I'm not sad to say that it gave me a rush. They finally made it out of the cemetery and it was over. The next day I went back to work, and it was about at 11 a.m. I got a work order for a headlight repair on a Ford Bronco. Yep, it's a small world. The event changed my life and how I live it. I've never backed down from anyone, and that moment has molded me into who I am. Stalked Over Kindness by Vaultmaid. Just to preface this story, this happened about 12 years ago when I was around 13 years old. The memories and emotions of this incident have faded away into the back of my mind, but recently I started having flashbacks of this incident, and it led to multiple panic attacks while driving or in public. After some deliberation, I thought perhaps writing about it and sharing it with a community that might understand the fear of experiencing this sort of thing might help me feel validated with my emotions. So here goes. I was a 13-year-old living abroad when this happened. To give a short background info that might help you understand the story better, I was living in an apartment complex. Every morning, the school buses would arrive at the main entrance of the entire complex and pick up the kids for school. The church I was attending at that time also operated buses to help people get back home, so every Sunday after services were done, I would take the church bus back home. I never doubted my sense of security and safeness, since this was the kind of system that made me feel safe and protected. That was until I met him on one Sunday morning. I was a church kid, and quite an involved one, too. I was serving the youth group as part of the welcome team for newcomers when I met him. He entered the chapel with his mother following behind, and she explained that they had recently moved to the country and were just starting to settle down. My first impression of him was that he was lanky, shy, and very quiet. He seemed so harmless, innocent, naive. So when his mother left him after filling out a form, I gave him a smile, greeted him, led him to an empty seat, and I thought nothing more of him until I saw him again in my small group. So I greeted him again, saying something like, "Hey, so nice to see you again." And I still remember how he just shyly nodded, not really answering me. When the small group time ended, I took out haichu, a Korean soft candy, and I gave one to everyone in the group, even the teacher. And as I handed the rectangular candy to him, he softly whispered, "Thank you," and walked away. That was the first time I'd ever heard him speak. I hadn't realized that he was living in the same complex as me until I got off the church bus and saw him coming down the steps of the bus as well. It was a funny coincidence, so I told him how weird it was that we were in the same small group and also living in the same complex. He nodded again, and I walked off first because he was waiting for his mom and little sister, who were coming behind him. My apartment building was number 20, the first in the row of buildings. I'd opened the door and was about to go in when he followed behind me. Me, still in that newcomer greeting mode, responded to this by asking if he was living in the same building as well. He nodded again, and I noticed that his mother and sister were not here yet, so I got into the elevator first, asked him if he was going to wait for them, and gave him my goodbye when he quietly nodded yes. The next morning, I saw him waiting in the lobby when I got out of the elevator. He was alone, and I asked him if he was waiting for his sister, and he nodded, so I just gave him a quick, "Hey, have a nice day," and ran off so that I wouldn't miss my school bus. Then for every day of that week, I saw him waiting for his sister in the lobby, standing in the corner right in front of the elevators. I didn't think much of it. I would always say hi or good morning to him, and he would just nod or wave timidly. There was nothing more to it than that. That is, until one Sunday when I got back home after church. He was walking behind me, this time together with his mom and sister, so I thought I would be a nice girl and hold the door for all of them. So I waited, holding the door open, only to have all three of them walk right past my building. Strange, I thought, so I peeked my head out to see that they were entering building number 15, which was 5 buildings down the street. At first I didn't think much of it, thinking that they might have moved out of building 20 and into building 15. But when I stepped out of the elevator the next morning to see him again in the lobby, in the same corner he would stand in every morning, my heart sank. I don't remember how I responded to it, but I do remember choosing not to confront him because I was in denial that this was actually happening, and I didn't have the courage to ask him for an answer. Things quickly progressed since that day, and I started getting late-night calls to my cell phone. The typical, "I'm not going to speak to you, but just going to breathe heavily" kind of calls that you get that makes you feel insecure even though you know you're safe in your room. He also stopped waiting for me in the lobby since that morning, but he would stand in the far corner of the street every day and watch me wait for and get on my bus. I was starting to become hypervigilant, and that didn't help with the situation either. I could always spot him watching me, even though he would often try to hide behind a thick tree or the guard's cabin. At church, I kept up my bright facade, but would distance myself as far as possible to avoid any sort of contact with him. I actively put distance between him and me, because whenever I decided to say hi to him, instead of returning my greetings, he would just stare right at my face, then drop his gaze down to my private areas. The fact that it was summer and I was wearing shorts didn't help at all whenever he stared at my thighs and between my legs. The shame, the embarrassment, the feeling that I was being dirtied by his gaze, the anxiety and the paranoia was too much for me. I started skipping the small group session and left right after the youth group ended so I would avoid getting home with him at the same time. On days that I did happen to attend small group, I just sat quietly, unwilling to speak a single word, while he stared at me intensely. One day, while the teacher was leading the discussion, he suddenly burst into an angry yell shouting, "Why do you keep ignoring me when you clearly know that I like you?" Needless to say, I was embarrassed, ashamed, and shocked, and terrified, all at the same time. The teacher tried to de-escalate the situation, but he stormed out after yelling about how frustrated he was with me for not returning his affection. I wanted to leave as well, but the fear that I might run into him made me sit in my seat while everyone in the group quietly whispered amongst themselves about this sudden drama that happened right before them. It was a huge shock to me that he was doing all these things because he liked me. But what shook me more at the moment was the fact that the teacher didn't seem to be fazed at all by this sudden outburst. She didn't seem surprised by the fact that he had such feelings for me, and instead she just casted glances at me with some sort of knowing in her eyes. I'd always wondered how he got a hold of my phone number. This was it. The teacher dismissed everyone but asked me to stay. I was always the model student at church, but the moment I was left alone with her, I lost it. I cursed and swore and demanded her to tell me if she knew how much he was making my life miserable. She told me she knew he liked me. Apparently, he started liking me because of that stupid-ass candy I gave him on the first day. She had given him my number because she thought it was cute seeing him like me so much. So I told her what he had been doing, how he waited for me every morning in the lobby even though he lived in a different building, how he would stare and watch me from the corner of the street, how he would stare between my thighs and my chest, and how he would call me late at night with the heavy breathing and all. I was having trouble speaking and breathing because of how much I was crying, but I remember yelling, "He's like a fucking stalker!" That was when I fully recognized that I was being stalked. When I became quiet due to the shock of that realization, the teacher took her chance to speak and told me that he was a mentally troubled kid who didn't know any better, so I just needed to bear with it. That was the end of that conversation. Honestly, there's a gap in my memory after that day, so it's hard for me to recall what events had led up to it, but the last time I saw him was when I had the most fearful encounter with him. I was already on the church bus, waiting. There were two girls sitting a couple of rows ahead of me, and the bus was silent other than that. I was sitting by the aisle when I saw him get on the bus, and the strange thing was that when he got on, the two little girls suddenly turned extremely hostile towards him and told him to get the fuck off the bus, calling him a fucking pervert. He responded angrily, "Well, you whores aren't the ones I want to see anyway, so shut up." This was the first time I heard him speak such profanity, so I honestly was shocked. Then he fixed his eyes straight at me, walked over to where I was, and sat a row diagonally behind my seat. My heart was pounding at this point, and I wanted to sit by the windows to hide from his gaze, but I was scared that he would think of it as an invitation to sit next to me. So I stayed frozen in my seat until more people came on the bus, and then only moved to the window seat when an adult asked if they could sit next to me. I think there was an instinctive feeling that told me I couldn't get off together with him, so I purposefully got off at the stop before my apartment. It was only about a 600-meter walk from the bus stop to my home, so I mixed in with the people and got off the bus with them. The bus had stopped by the side entrance of another apartment complex, and I just needed to walk down the street to get to mine. But the street was empty and deserted because it was one of those areas that were waiting to be developed by the city. So I started walking towards my home when I realized that he had also gotten off the bus with me. He was walking a few feet behind me, and my gut wrenched as he got closer and closer. Something told me being alone with him on the street was dangerous, so I broke into a run until I saw an alleyway that parted off from the road. In my panic, I turned into the alley and was relieved when I saw that there were some smaller shops that were busy with people. There were people hanging out in the alleyway, chilling by the benches outside and stuff, and I was certain that he couldn't have followed me into the alley after I had run. But I still looked back behind me to check just in case. There he was, still following me. He was running after me. My relief quickly turned into terror, and I hastened my pace, purposefully weaving in between the people in hopes of losing him. But whenever I looked back, I could still see him. Eventually, the people hanging by the shops thinned out, and now I was walking in an empty alleyway. On the opposite end of the alley, I could see that there was a bigger road with more cars and people, and I was already quite out of breath as I wasn't a fit person. But with my last strength, I ran for the busy road, hoping to lose him if he still was behind me. I stopped once I reached the busy road, and turned around to look into an empty alley. I stood for an extra minute staring into that alley to confirm that he wasn't following me. Then fortunately, my friend's house was close by, so I stayed at her place until I felt it was safe enough to walk back home. That was the last time I saw him. I stopped going in the small groups. I started serving in the children's department as an accompanist so I could avoid going to the youth group. I didn't see him again after that, but one time I happened to meet my small group teacher, and she told me that he had left the country. Apparently, he was reported multiple times at school for lewd behavior, such as sneaking into the girls' restroom, and that's why the girls on the bus were grossed out by him. In the end, he had been expelled from the school. I think that was when I decided to bury the terror and fear away because he was no longer an immediate threat to my life. Funny story, though. After that whole incident, I had to watch Ferris Bueller's Day Off at school. But the moment Ferris's friend Cameron Fry showed on the screen, I had to run to the bathroom to throw up, because the actor's face looked exactly like him, and just looking at his face brought back the trauma. Now I can watch the movie, but looking at Cameron's face still gives me anxiety. Anyway, I often wonder what might have become of him, and I wonder if his parents knew what his son really was. If he was truly suffering from mental illness, my only hope is that he received the proper treatment, so that no one else has ever had to go through what I had to. Vacation in the Philippines, submitted by Bjorn E. First off, I'm a white Norwegian male, age 36. I'm 5'11" and about 180 pounds. Since 2006, I've been traveling alone all around Asia and Europe at least 5 weeks every year. I've traveled by car, plane, train, bus, and motorcycle. Back in 2007, I was 22 years old, naive, and still new into traveling solo when I had my first 5-week trip to the Philippines. With only a small backpack and a bag, I was traveling from Manila down south to the Philippines and then back up, of course stopping at all the cities that I could. The trip was amazing, and I didn't have any worries or problems at all. The people have always been nice and talkative too, especially down south since there's less tourists there. So, since I'm a bit of a control freak, I always make sure to have enough time before my departures, making me spend 1 to 2 days in the city I depart from every time. This time, I had about 30 hours in Manila before departure, so at my last evening I decided to go out to have a final vacation dinner and a few beers at a bar, just to finish off my vacation there in a nice and relaxing way, and then prepare for going home. My hotel was in one of the, let's say, less nice and less central parts of Manila. I always spent as little money as possible on a room. I mean, after all, I was just going to sleep there and not spend too much time indoors. I got comfy in the hotel, got a nice shower, and changed before going out. During a stroll around, I found a nice little bar that had some snacks and simple meals. I mean, not a hardcore bar, just a simple, relaxed, small one. After I consumed my food and beer, I started to walk back to the hotel, and it was around 1 a.m., and warm as hell. People always warned me about walking the streets there at night, but as a tall, foreign, white-haired man, I really didn't worry too much. It was only a few blocks to the hotel, and it shouldn't have taken me more than 15 or 20 minutes to walk back. In one of the small alleys, a guy in his early 60s, I guess, stopped me and presented himself as a reporter of some kind. Before I managed to do any talking myself, he asked if I could see the 3 guys following me. I turned around, and in close distance I could see some ragged-looking guys staring at me. The reporter then said that I had to follow him for my own good. I asked what this was all about, and he just answered that we should go now if I wanted to ever walk again. So as naive and inexperienced as I was, I tagged along. I was trying to ask him some questions about what was going on, but he only hushed me off, telling me to be quiet and not to ask so much. As he dragged me along into the darkest and nastiest alleyways I have ever seen, I started to get a bit worried, and I understood that something really wrong was going on. Whenever I turned, the guys were still following at the same distance the entire time. Suddenly he stopped and opened a door on the side of a shady-looking building. He then told me to get in, and of course I did, before he smacked the door behind me. I tried the doorknob, but it was locked. I knocked, then banged on the door. Nothing. I did this repeatedly, but there was only silence both inside and outside. At this point, I was starting to panic. I couldn't see how this was going to end in a good way. I tried to look around in the room, but it was pitch black. I used my hands and followed the wall around one and two corners until I found something that felt like a door. It had a doorknob, but it was also locked. At this point, I was high on adrenaline, angry and scared all at once, so I started to kick and slam myself against the locked door. Luckily, I'm a pretty solid guy, so after a few bangs, the door frame broke where the lock was attached to it, and the whole thing ripped open. The door led out into a hall where there was an exit, a staircase, and more doors that I think led to other rooms or apartments. Many people in Manila, there are students, workers, etc., only rent small rooms in the main cities and buildings like this. I heard the door from the room being opened, so I fled through the exit and heard the guy shouting and yelling in both English and Filipino. I made a run for it as fast as I could, until I reached my hotel. When I arrived, I told the hotel security what had happened, and he told me that I had been very, very lucky. He also told me that it wasn't the first time something like this had happened. We filed a police report that same night, but the police said that things like this never get followed up on, especially since I came back in one piece and unharmed. I still travel there, but to this day, I still think about what the hell would have happened to me if I didn't manage to get out of that room. It freaks me out every time. Hopefully you can use my experience on your podcast, maybe even as a warning to other new solo travelers. Who knows? How many people did get out of situations like that? And where are they now? Middle School Mystery Man by Silent Joker 780. This story takes place a few years back. I was 16 and my cousin who was with me was 21 at the time. We'll call him Jay. We're rural town boys. Not really much to do, and Jay and I grew up together, so we were very close, and we always did everything that we did together. One night, he decided to stay at my house with me while my parents were out of town. We didn't really do much. We made some food, played some video games, etc. It wasn't long before we got kind of bored. And in the past, Jay and I had gone for night walks just around the neighborhood. We would just walk around and talk about stuff, things that were bothering us, girls, whatever really just came up. This particular night, Jay had suggested that we go for a night walk. He had a lot on his mind at the time, as did I, so this walk was going to be a little longer than the usual ones. I live about 2 miles from our old middle school. However, it's not in the direction of the nearest town, so we don't ever really see it. We decided that we wanted to roam over there and just hang out and talk about our different times spent there. Kind of like taking a trip down memory lane. When we got there, we looked at the building through the chain-link fence for a while. We sat there pointing at stuff and telling each other stories for about half an hour. By this point, it had already turned about 12:40 a.m. Jay had suggested that we hop the fence and then go sit down on the roof shelter that was closer to the school building, but not quite close enough to the cameras that were attached to the building. I agreed with this idea, as I wasn't really tired and still had more things on my mind to talk about. I remember walking over to the Ramada and seeing from a distance that the only camera facing the gym building had been broken and was hanging down, pointing straight at the ground. I remember thinking about kids playing wall ball and accidentally throwing a ball too high on an occasion when I was at school, so I really didn't think much of it. Jay and I sat there and talked for a while, and I realized that it was already 2 a.m. I was just about to say to him that we should probably head back when we heard the loud metal door of the gym suddenly open. There were windows in the doors for the gym, but there had been no lights on in there at any point. It was pitch black in there the whole time that we'd been out there. We ducked down and peeked over the wall to see who was coming. The school had lights all around the building, but the ramada that we were at did not. So we could see him very well, and we were hoping and thinking that this guy couldn't see us. The man that walked out didn't look like anyone we recognized in our time there, nor did he look like he even belonged there at all. He was a very dirty, ragged-looking man, long hair, probably about shoulder length, and he was wearing a black hoodie with his hood up. We tried as hard as we could to not move or make any noise as we watched this man walk out, look up at the sky, take a deep breath, and then walk behind the school's tool shed, which was about 15 feet to the left of the door that he had come out of. Upon getting behind there, he let out a sound that I can only describe as a growl. Then we heard a loud bang, as almost if he punched the back of the shed. Jay and I gave each other a WTF look before whispering to each other that we needed to hop a different fence to get out, because he would see us jumping the one that we had jumped over to get into this place. We looked back, and he was already back by the gym door. So we crouched down, walked out of the ramada, and a little ways out before we decided to stand up and make a mad dash to a much farther out fence. When we got to the fence, we looked back and didn't see the man anymore. And Jay hopped up onto the fence, and as I was climbing up, I heard him say, "Oh shit, hurry up," as he jumped up higher and grabbed my jacket to tug me upwards. When I got over the top and was dropping down to the other side, I looked back to see the man had circled around and was only a few yards away from us with something in his hand. My skin started crawling. I was sure he was holding a hammer, but he stopped when he got over to the fence and was just staring at us. But when we started to jog away, we looked back and saw him sprint to the fence and hop it a lot faster than we did, and upon seeing that, we began to sprint as fast as we could until we got back to my house. We had taken a longer way with more turns and had lost him very early on. We made sure everything was locked in the house, and I grabbed one of my dad's guns, and the 2 dogs that we had slept in my room that night. Nothing happened, so we were sure we did lose him. We never did find out who he was or why he was there, but we never went there on a night walk ever again. That's for sure. My creepy story, submitted by Not My Last Rodeo. I've been on a horror story binge, and it's prompted me to reflect on my own personal experiences. Initially, I didn't think that I would submit any stories because I honestly don't consider my life to be all that scary. The more I think about it, I know it's more true than that I've had some really terrifying moments in my life, and I'm just lucky to have good mental health now and the ability to brush it off. For example, I was wrongly incarcerated for forgery and grand embezzlement when I was 18. I've driven my friends to the hospital as they overdosed in my back seat, and once I even dated my boss who had 2 strikes on his record for physical assault. He was an ex-Crip from L.A. I'm not looking for a round of applause. I know it's not too cute to constantly be in toxic situations. But I swear that my actions have always been motivated by a need to help others, and a desire to make people who are often left unheard feel heard. But that open-mindedness on a tiny alternative teenage girl attracts a certain type of crazy. I'm very strong. I can do like 5 pull-ups with a 35-pound plate strapped to me, and some other cool tricks like that. I consider myself smart, and I graduated as valedictorian of my high school. Because of these things, I'm overly confident, and that sets me up to be tricked and scammed. I'm sorry, I'm rambling, but I think it's important for you to understand that during these dire experiences, I thought of myself as a strong person who was simply navigating a difficult situation, and not a weak person who had been forced into a situation beyond their control. This will be relevant later in the story when you're asking yourself, why didn't she just stand up and walk out the unlocked door? I always think I have everything under control. But just so you know, about half of the story will just be me catching you up so you can better appreciate the day in question. So bear with me. I want to share a story about my ex-almost boyfriend, Jeremiah. It was summer of 2017 and I was 17 years old. Jeremiah and I weren't officially dating, but we would smoke weed, have sex, and talk about our lives together. To catch you up on some much-needed history, Jeremiah and I shared a large friend group from way back in middle school. So even a few moments into actually talking with him, I was under the misimpression that I knew him to be a relatively decent person who had been a friend for years. One of our joint friends threw a party in his mom's suburban home, and Jeremiah introduced himself to me while I was decompressing in the back room. We made out that night. However, there were a million red flags right away. Right after making out, we almost had sex right there on our host's bed, but we were interrupted by the partygoers barging in. Everyone encouraged us to get back to the party, and the mob of sweaty teens exited the room with Jeremiah, and me following. When it was just us lollygagging behind, Jeremiah stopped me and made a point of telling me how one of the girls from his class, 3 years above my class, was trying to start drama and was telling everybody that he had pressured her into sex. But he said, of course, it was just a rumor and just Amethyst starting shit as always. You're asking yourself, are all the red flags going to be this blatant? The answer is yes. Jeremiah was really pretty, with thick blonde hair down to his butt, blue eyes and light skin. He was funny and charming enough that we started to visit each other, and I would drive to his mom's house to hang out with him a couple of times a week. I drove to him because even though he was 20, he didn't yet have a license. I quickly learned that Jeremiah had been diagnosed with bipolar, anxiety, and ADHD, and he lived in his mom's house after having dropped out of high school because of his mental health. I don't want anyone under the impression that I was daunted by his mental health issues. I mean, quite the opposite. I was intrigued and curious. I also have ADHD, and I was riddled with anxiety, so with limited references for the severity of his diagnosis, I started considering his mental illness to be almost irrelevant at the time. But mental illness isn't irrelevant, and it was very wrong of me to assume that just because we had similar diagnoses, our anger or passion would be expressed in the same way. Not to mention that manic-depressive bipolar can present itself in very aggressive ways. Particularly during manic episodes, people can be easily agitated, explosive, or even violent. This is less true with ADHD and anxiety, as I had experience with. Jeremiah seemed isolated, and I pitied him. He seemed left behind with no classmates or coworkers and unable to go anywhere, but I still believed he had potential. I don't trust a grade to tell you much about someone's intelligence anyway. He was sarcastic, hilarious, and good fun to be around. Plus, not only was he pretty like Legolas, he was packing a solid 9 inches, and I'm 100% not making that up. I mean, sex almost hurt. But he had many disturbing fixations, one of which was slutty women. That's not a problem in and of itself, but he seemed so grossly over-sexualize women constantly. He would make a point of how much he liked big boobs and would point out girls with sheer tops where you could see their cleavage, saying things like, "I love how she's clearly trying to show off for all these desperate men. What a slut. You should dress like that." But he presented his love of slutty women like it was a harmless kink, and at the time, I just guessed it was only that. A couple of times, some of our joint friends and some of my friends from outside that group would tell me that they thought Jeremiah was a little weird. But the unfortunate thing was that I didn't feel like I had to deal with his issues so much because I didn't have a future with him in mind, and he would say the same for me. We were very casual, referring to each other as lovers but not boyfriend and girlfriend. I was on the pill, and he had made it very, very clear that he did not by any means want a child, and if I got pregnant, I would have to abort it. Don't get me wrong, I didn't want a kid, but the idea almost angered him. I guess it's good that he knew he wasn't up to the job of being a father, but his intense emotions around the subject may have had something to do with his difficult family life. Jeremiah's dad had left the family at some point in his childhood, and Jeremiah also had a very complicated relationship with his mother. Her and her son barely interacted in their small apartment. She stayed up in her room, he stayed in his, and when Jeremiah talked to her, about 50% of the time it was admiration for her strength as a single mother and sincere gratitude for her support of him into his 20s while he struggled to get his life going. The other 50% of the time, he would speak about her in a violent and aggressive manner, filled with intense rage. He would call her a lazy bitch and whore, but never to her face and always almost jokingly. The amount of denial I managed to whip up when confronted with all these obviously terrifying signs was insane. A couple of months into knowing him, I started understanding what his mania looked like. Part of rapid cycling bipolar is manic days or weeks that lead you to doing absurd and often dangerous stunts. You are often unable to sleep, and in extreme cases, you can fall into a delusional state due to sleep loss. Here's a handful of the tales Jeremiah shared with me about his episodes. He told me about one day he went to the bathroom, emptied every box of Band-Aids there, took all of the non-adhesive backing off, and put every one of them on in attempts to cover every inch of his skin. Or he would put on every article of clothing he owned, beginning with all of his boxers, all of his pants, his socks, his t-shirts, sweaters, hats, swim trunks, gloves, and everything else he had in his closet. I even heard about a particularly bad evening where he felt his manic urges kicking in on his way to the store, and he chose to walk a solid couple of miles down the road and across a bridge, pushing an empty grocery cart that he had brought with him, singing loudly with no music, and with everyone in the public looking on. With his long hair, crazy blue eyes, and his disengaged and disheveled look, he must have looked like a homeless junkie. But all of the examples of his episodes until the day in question had been absurd, not dangerous. For some reason, I never guessed that his mental illness would manifest as violence, an assumption I probably came up with because of my ADHD tantrums at the time were just me sobbing angrily for hours. But one night, things were different. Understanding the layout of his mom's apartment is a little important for this next bit. It was a 2-story apartment with the kitchen and living room on the ground floor. Jeremiah's room up a small flight of stairs, and after the landing at his room, the small flight of stairs continued up to the landing at his mom's room. I drove with my mom to Jeremiah's place, and she dropped me off and headed away to do errands with the car. Jeremiah didn't greet me at the porch as normal, and when I stepped into the apartment, it was extra quiet. The atmosphere, though, was tense. Apparently he and his mom had been fighting. Now remember, at this time I was 17, and that would make him 20. My parents, while wary of their relationship, were relatively okay with me hanging out with Jeremiah despite the age difference. But Jeremiah's mother was pissed about it, and apparently had been since the beginning. With my perspective now, I understand that she really just didn't want Jeremiah in trouble. But I knocked on his bedroom door, and he wrenched it open, ushered me in, and quickly shut it. Jeremiah was angrily explaining that his mom thought I was going to call the cops on him because I was underage, which was weirdly accusatory, since I figured he knew I wouldn't abuse my power, and it's not like we had ever fought. But then Jeremiah got a text from his mom, who was only upstairs. She seemed to just be too meek to come out and be upfront with her son. The text read simply, "Have fun going to jail." Jeremiah began to panic, which was sort of fair. I mean, she wasn't being a great mom at that crucial moment. He began pacing back and forth in his bedroom, running his hands through his hair, and verbally snowballing to worse and worse conclusions. He started by saying things like, "This is so bad, I'm going to have to kill myself." So I walked to him, took his hands in mine, and I asked him to look at me. We took some deep breaths together, and I urged him to either sit or lay down on the bed and explain what was going on. He eventually sat down with me, and we breathed slowly together while he told me how fed up he was. I got him to lay down, and I played with his hair, and I truly felt the roughest waters of the evening were behind us. But in a strange, disorienting instant, Jeremiah had rolled over and pinned my hands down at my sides, straddling over to me to sit on my hips. He reached down and grabbed my throat with both hands, and while I grabbed both his wrists, he tightened his grip. This was not romantic choking. This was meant to damage me, and I was pissed off. That moment, I was annoyed because I'd been so patient and helpful with him during his freakout. I looked him dead in the eyes while I dug my incredibly long nails into his forearms so deep that they drew blood. Eventually, he let go, luckily before I fully blacked out. So, did you get up and leave, you may be asking? No. I felt that it had to be a one-off occurrence. I mean, hey, he was working through a lot of fear, and it was probably manifesting in actions that he wouldn't normally do. So I stayed and attempted to calm us both down, but he eventually got up from the bed and returned to his pacing. His ramblings and ravings evolved from suicidal to homicidal as he began colorfully illustrating all of the violent things he wished he could do to his mother. He then said he thought he ought to light the whole house on fire so that all of us inside would burn with it. I convinced him to lie down again and take some deep breaths and relax. He came back, but not more than a minute passed, and he was back on his feet. I anxiously watched him walk away towards the bathroom attached to his bedroom, and then saw him come back to me with a Swiss Army knife open in his hand. "What are you doing?" I asked as he clambered back on top of me. Jeremiah held down one of my wrists with his foot while he sat on me, holding me in place. He just stared at me, tracing the knife over my thighs, and I glared back and spent a solid 5 minutes coaxing him into giving me the knife. I told him that he was scaring me and that I needed to just see the knife. I said that sentence very quietly but firmly over and over again. Reluctantly, he eventually handed it to me, and I sternly asked him to get off of me, which he did. I got up and walked towards the door where my purse and keys were. I dropped his Swiss Army knife in the purse, and then, you guessed it, I went back to the bed to calm him down. I'm a person who has many times scared people off with my extreme emotional snowballing, particularly when I was a younger teen. I used to have a little-known symptom of ADHD, rejection sensitivity. I would be triggered by something insignificant that I would perceive as rejection or failure, and I would just be so deeply hurt and in my feelings, and all your doom-filled thoughts felt so real. I didn't want to make him feel misunderstood or abandoned the way that I had felt when people left me in the thralls of an episode. So I stayed. After 10 minutes curled on the bed together, talking quietly, he got up again and walked back only a few seconds later with a baseball bat. Why do you have that?" I asked apprehensively. "Oh, I'm not going to hurt you with it," he said. "Why on earth would I think you're not going to try to hurt me with that after everything you've done this last half hour?" "Put the bat down," I instructed. "No," he said, walking back to the bed. He seemed relaxed, like he was just taking care of something real quick, not like when he had had the knife and had been so focused and calculating. I was scared, and in my head I remember thinking to myself, I don't fuck with blunt force trauma, and I got up and walked to his bedroom door, grabbing my purse and keys. I was scared he was going to grab me, and while he reached out and said my name, he didn't grab me. I closed the door and scampered down the stairs and quickly put on my shoes at the front door, when I paused. Wait a minute, I thought to myself. He's going to kill his mom. Fuck. I listened for a minute, having a hard time listening for footsteps over my heartbeat drumming in my ears. But then when I decided he wasn't going to wrench open the door and chase me, I tiptoed back up the stairs as quietly as I could, past his landing, and to the landing right outside his mom's room. I knocked twice, too quietly, and I didn't wait for a response and entered her room, shutting the door behind me, physically shaking. "What do you want?" she snapped. I was caught off guard by her hostility, but I had forgotten that Jeremiah's mom was still upset about the whole age dispute. I was lost for words, grappling with a way to tell her that her son was both homicidal and suicidal. Instead of just telling her how it was, I garbled out an incomplete, breathy sentence full of lots of panic and not a lot of information. Your son, he wants to hurt you. He just tried to hurt me," I remember stammering, but I continued. "He needs you. He's having a really hard time." I just stood right in front of her bed, pressed against the closed door. "Well, I'm having a really hard time," she shouted at me. Get out of my room!" For a moment, my mind was blank with disbelief as I looked at her. It was at that moment that she said that childish BS. I decided I had done my duty for trying, and she was being too much of a bitch to be worth putting myself in more danger. I muttered something like I was just trying to help under my breath, and turned to slip quickly out of her room back down the stairs and out the front door. When I got out of his house, I ran across the street into a familiar restaurant where I barricaded myself in the bathroom stall and asked myself out loud if that had really happened. So for some people, I'm sure the next course of action would be clear: report him for violence and for attacking me. But I have a deep distrust of the police from my own personal experiences, one of which I cited earlier in the story. And I've seen the abuse that cops do to mentally handicapped and mentally ill people, simply because they didn't understand why a person was acting the way that they were. Not knowing of any alternatives, I chose to not report anything, and I called my mom to drive back the car to me. I asked to drive on the way home to calm my nerves, but I didn't share my experience right away. I actually told my dad about it first, as a sort of offhand joke in the car after he picked me up from high school the week after. As he drove, we briefly discussed the other day's events. He stayed his chill, composed self while asking if he needed to kill this kid, or if I had already taken care of it. I told him everything was under control and not to worry because my ridiculous sense of security and overly inflated ego makes me trauma-proof. Also, I promised that I wouldn't be interacting with Jeremiah again, but I ended up keeping the Swiss Army knife for a year before this story came up in a conversation between a joint friend of mine and Jeremiah's. I pulled out the knife and said, "He tried to stab me with this, but I don't want it, so you can return it to him at some point. Or you can keep it, or throw it away." My friend wasn't shocked. He had been a voice of caution from the beginning, but he took the knife anyway, which I appreciated. I've since learned that Jeremiah is doing better. He was holding a job the last time I heard about him, and seeing a therapist too, which is respectable. There are a few lessons to be learned from this story, but when I was told this advice, I sure as hell didn't listen to it. You're not a bad person for being real with yourself about whether you're up for supporting a partner through their mental illness. Some things are beyond your expertise, and while everyone wants to give people chances, if people tell you they have a problem, just assume they know something you don't, and take it seriously. That being said, I'm still fucked over all the time because I trust too easily, and I believe in second chances. But it's hard to change when I'm pleasantly surprised at people's kindness and generosity 95% of the time, so who knows. Thank you for reading this, Uncle Josh, and thanks for everybody for listening. The Woods, submitted by Ian. I know this sounds far-fetched, but I'm telling the truth about everything that happened in this story. Keep in mind that I don't scare easily. This happened about 6 or 7 years ago, and I've told plenty of people. I was going through a tough time, and I just wanted to be alone. We have this set of woods beside our house, so I decided to ride my dirt bike out there at night, sit by a fire, and just chill with some music. About an hour or so later, I wanted to change up the music, so I grabbed my iPod and started to surf through some songs till I found something that I liked. Now, I forgot to mention it, but at night the woods are pitch black out, and even with a fire you can only see a few feet around you. Basically, you and the fire are the only ones in a sea of darkness. Anyway, I switched songs and turned back to the fire, and then froze. On the other side of the fire, a large form with pointed ears loomed in the darkness. The only reason I noticed it was because of glowing eyes, reflecting the flames that burned between us. I mean, this thing was huge. I'm about 6 feet tall, and it was taller than I was. I stood there, paralyzed in fear for what seemed like minutes, only the music breaking the dead silence. I live in Ohio, so not a whole lot of tall animals in the woods with pointy ears. We have no bears of any kind or wild animals in the area that are bigger than deer. The thing before me was definitely no deer, and at that moment, I didn't think it was human either. During our silent standoff, my brain finally recovered from shock and screamed for me to move. I quickly dropped everything in my hands, including my phone and iPod. I just jumped on my dirt bike and tried to start it. Just like in a horror movie, it wouldn't start. Dread filled me, and I could feel my face going pale. But the engine turned over really slowly as if the battery was dead. I thought my heart would break my ribs. I was pounding so hard. Luckily, my bike had a Kickstarter as a backup, though I've never had any luck kickstarting it. I guess luck was smiling down on me that night, because with a hard kick, it started, and I flew through the woods as fast as I could. Looking back on it now, I'm guessing whatever it was could have attacked me with all the time it took me to get the dirt bike working. I don't know if it already left during my panicked escape, or if it was still standing there watching me with those fiery eyes as I fled. Once I got to my house, I told my parents about what happened and asked my dad to go back with me to grab my phone and iPod. But it was really late, so he declined. I'm guessing he didn't believe me. Now, don't ask me why I would go back after escaping with my life, but at the time, I wanted to go back for my stuff. They ended up calling my friend who lives nearby, and he agreed to help. My friend and I shit you not, went back out to the woods with swords and a disposable camera to get my stuff. I took the camera with us in case I could snap a picture of whatever was out there with me. As I was snapping pics in one hand and holding a sword in the other, we approached the site and gathered up my things. The thing was nowhere in sight. As we were walking back up to my house, we noticed a neighboring house was lit up, though. However, it wasn't house lights. The house was on fire. We quickly called 911 and ended up finding out it was an abandoned house that caught fire. I'm not sure if it had anything to do with what I saw, but it was sure weird to have all this happen in one night and all around the same time. To this day, I have no idea what animal that would be taller than me would approach a fire in music. Not sure if it was some kind of weird creature or possibly a person in a mask. I mean, maybe it was the same person who started a fire. I still have the disposable camera sitting on my desk. I haven't gotten around to getting it developed, but now thinking about it as I write, I probably should. A lot of time has passed, and I still go out in the woods, but sometimes I can't help but wonder if that thing is still out there, watching me. Woman on the Trail, submitted by Peter Paul None of Your Business. In the end of 2004, I decided I was going to start hiking the Appalachian Trail. I was not going to be a through hiker, I was just going to do it in pieces. I was super excited, and after the first 3 legs starting in Georgia working my way north, I was hooked. What happened on this leg that I'm talking about, though, set me off my goal for a little while, and I'm not going to get into massive details about where I was, and I'm certainly not going to share the name of the person that I ran into on the trail. I'm just going to call her Annie. As I was doing a 1-week portion of the trail, this woman who called herself Annie caught up to me as I was taking a break for some water and lunch. I hadn't seen anybody on the trail for a couple of days, and I was midway through my walk. She struck me as a little odd right away, always seemed to be fidgeting as she was talking to me and was constantly taking out a sheath knife. She wasn't cutting up cheese or apples or whatever. She just kept taking her knife out, putting it back, taking her knife out, putting it back, all the while talking to me. She asked me my name. I lied, and I told her it was Ron. My real name is Peter. She kept talking about how sharp her knife was, and how it was nice to be with someone on the trail. We did share our trail names as well. I didn't shy away from that because who really cares? She asked if she could hike with me, and I said, yeah, sure, even though I was kind of weirded out by her. We walked for the rest of that day, and finally I said, hey, I'm going to stop at the next lean-to. And she had this overly eager look on her face and said she would too. Much to my chagrin, she did stay with me, and there was no one else at the lean-to except a massive amount of mice. I said there was no way I was sleeping in that lean-to with all the mice, as if anybody who's ever walked the Appalachian Trail knows they are a complete pain in the ass. They will keep you up all night long, running all over the place. Annie put up her tent that she had with her, and I started a little fire with some brush in the designated fire pit. I also started my little portable stove to make noodles and crackers for my dinner. And I noticed Annie was not eating, but was still playing with that knife. I offered her some of my cheese and salami, and she took it. Okay, I was just being a good guy. As night fell, I realized that I hadn't put up my tent, but because it was so warm, I decided to just bivvy under the stars. And this is when Annie really started to say some weird shit. She asked me if I had ever stabbed anyone. I looked at her and said, "Are you kidding me or something? Of course I've never stabbed anyone." She looked down and then said, "Have you ever been stabbed?" Again I said, "Annie, no, this is really weird. I've never been stabbed." She just laughed and said, "Oh, I was just wondering. I'm reading a book about a murder." There was silence for a bit, and then she brought up something else, and the conversation changed, but I was totally not into being anywhere near her anymore. At the end of the next day, I knew it was motel day. Time to get off the trail, restock supplies, take a shower. Luxuries that are always looked forward to when you're on a long hike. Somehow I let her know that I was going to this motel, and like an idiot, actually mentioned the name of it. She stared at me for the longest time, took out that knife again, looked at it and then put it back and said she was going to sleep. I sat around the dying fire and made the decision that as soon as I knew she was asleep, I was going to hightail it out of there and get to where I needed to go in the dark, even though I knew how dangerous it was to be walking the trail in the dark. Thankfully, I did have a headlamp, so I threw some water on the fire to make sure that it was out and sat with my back against my pack, which was against a tree. It took another hour or so until I knew that she was completely out. Also, I thankfully hadn't taken off my boots, so there was no real commotion when I silently got up, grabbed my pack, and started off down the trail. A portion of this part of the trail you had to walk on a highway, and I knew if I could get there as quickly as possible, I knew I could really get to the motel quick and be away from Annie. I didn't put my pack on my back for the first couple 100 yards because I didn't want to make any noise. When I thought I was far enough away, I put on my headlamp that I had taken out of my pack, put my pack on my back, and started to double time it out of there. I wanted as much distance between this woman as I could make. In the early morning hours, I did hit the road I had to walk down to get to the town where the motel was. This obviously was easier walking, and it went by pretty quick. I think it was around 8 or 9 a.m. when I got there. I went straight to the hotel clerk's office, got a room, and used my real name, which would pay dividends down the line. I got into my room and immediately took a shower. The cool thing about this motel was they had a laundry service, so I didn't have to go anywhere to do my laundry, and there was a small restaurant not too far away that also delivered. I wasn't trying to be too paranoid, but I did not want to go outside at all at this point, for fear of Annie seeing me if she followed. I took a long nap that morning, and there was a knock at my door, and it just happened to be the motel clerk's daughter who had my laundry. I thanked her and gave her an extra $10. By now it was in the afternoon, so I watched a little TV and then ordered a pizza and a 6-pack of beer from the restaurant and asked them to deliver it to my room. They did. And that's when I noticed something strange going on outside. Staying in motels is a strange thing in and of itself. I don't normally like to do it, as there's no real barrier between you and the outside world other than a door and a window. I mean, anybody can just walk up and basically get into their room if they want to. There were a number of other people staying at the motel, so I wasn't so jarred by hearing doors open. But something caught my attention as I was eating and just vegging out to Jerry Springer. I heard knocking on the doors, some of them opening and voices going back and forth. It kept happening all the way down the road to my room that I was staying in. And then there was a knock on my door. I froze, and I certainly didn't answer it. I had already muted the TV and just remained as quiet as possible. The footsteps went down the walkway to the next room, and that continued for another 5 minutes or so. Whoever it was just kept knocking and talking to whoever was in the room if they had the open door. I gingerly opened my door, stuck my head out, and saw that it was Annie. She was going to every room in the motel, and I knew in my heart she was looking for me. Eventually, she got to the end of the strip of rooms and sat down for a minute. Then she got up, walked to the end of the parking lot, looked up and down the road, and then started off for where the trail would go back into the woods and continue on the Appalachian Trail. I waited for an hour and a half before I went to the motel clerk's office and asked if he had seen her or if she'd been in to visit him. He looked at me for a long time and said, "There was a hiker here who said her name was Annie and she was looking for a guy named Ron." My heart went into my throat. I was right all along. I told him the story about how much of a crazy person I thought she was, and that I told her a false name. He gave me another long stare and then started to laugh. And actually that made me laugh a little bit too. But it also made me decide right then and there that I was going to stop my walk. I still had another 2 days before I was going to meet up with my girlfriend who was going to pick me up and drive me back home. But nope. I called her and asked her to drive the extra miles to this motel to pick me up, as I was not going to go back on the trail knowing that I might run into Annie again. Annie and her fascination with knives. That's how the leg of my journey ended. My girlfriend picked me up, and as we were driving by the spot where the trail went back into the woods, I kept looking off to my right until we got onto a main highway. I was constantly thinking I was going to see Annie standing there playing with her sheath knife. Thankfully, nothing bad happened during this entire escapade, and I'm happy that I didn't tell her my real name. That would have been a dead giveaway, and I don't use that pun lightly. In my heart of hearts, I am sure she meant to do harm to someone out there. For all I know, maybe she did. I have no idea. I never did finish the Appalachian Trail. I would like to get back out there sometime, and I'd like to think that if I do, I won't run into Annie. The Vig, submitted by Patrick. When I was in my early 20s, I was working a job that I hated. It paid okay, but it was just not really what I wanted to do. But it afforded me to leave my house and have my own place and all that cool stuff when you're in your 20s that you look forward to when you're out on your own. One night after work, I met some friends at a local bar, and we were just having a good time blowing off steam on a Friday. We were talking about betting, and this was long before sports betting became legal, which just happened here in New York State. This was in the early 2000s. The only way back then that you could do it was if someone was running squares or a pool in the office, or if you knew a bookie, that sort of thing. A friend of a friend came over and joined us for the conversation, and I was going off about how I hated doing what I was doing, and I'd rather be doing something else, but not really knowing what to do. This guy was a little bit older than us, and as the night wore on, he and I kept talking about sports betting. I'll call him Lewis for this story, but that's certainly not his real name. Before I left the bar, he pulled me aside and said, "Hey, if you're interested in a side job, meet me at Murray's tomorrow night at 10. I asked what was up and said, I'm not really sure I want to be a bartender. He just laughed and said, "That's not what we're going to be talking about." He slapped me on the shoulder and walked out of the place. I said goodbye to my friends and did the same without telling them any of that conversation. As mysterious as it was, the next day I thought about it and decided, what the hell, I could go at least hear him out. It might be something really cool. Although meeting at a bar to discuss something was also pretty shady. I've seen my share of the mob movies. So I called my friend, who was the guy that kind of introduced me to the guy I was going to meet at Murray's, and told him that I was going over there. He immediately said, "Why are you going there?" I didn't say why, I just said I was going to meet Lewis. And he asked, "What are you going to be talking to Lewis about at Murray's?" He was not really high on the fact that I was going over there, and eventually got around to telling me that it was probably a bad idea and I should just not go. He would straighten things out with Lewis, no big deal. But now I was intrigued and thought, okay, I really have to check this out now. Dummy. So not taking my friend's advice, I went to Murray's that night a little before 10, got a beer at the bar, and then shortly after I had sat down on a stool, over came Lewis and said, "Hey, come on in the back." I followed him, and it was a room that looked like they had catering, but it was usually just used for maybe the rest of the bar if there was overflow. Lewis shut the door behind us and told me to have a seat, and a guy standing off to the side was dispatched to get a couple of shots and another beer for me. You probably understand where this is going right now. I know it sounds like it's out of The Departed, but this happened way before that movie was ever made. I was 24 years old and about to get a proposition to get involved in illegal gambling. I didn't have to do much other than run the numbers, and that's what Lewis told me after we had a shot and a beer. And I wouldn't be doing it alone. I would have another guy with me to make sure that the payments went through. Oftentimes, guys who deal with bookies, and I'm sure this is no secret either, do not have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. They just want to keep gambling. I actually started to consider it, and Lewis said I could give it a tryout if I was willing to do it. He looked at me for a long minute and said, "You seem like a good kid, so I'm going to let you see what's up. Then make your own decision." He offered me what I would be making for a couple of hours on the weekend. And the money was insane. I would be getting a cut of the vig. If you don't know what that is, and without getting into all the details, and it varies from bookie to bookie or organization to organization, I would find that out was if you want to win $100, you have to really bet 110. That's just the way it works. No matter what you win, the bookie's always going to make that extra $10. Now again, I said, it's not the same with every bookie. But it is like going to Vegas in a way. I mean, the house is always going to win at least something. You're not going to be taking the entire bet. I know that's an overly simplistic way to explain it, but I don't feel like getting into all the ins and outs of a take. Bookies have to make their money. So I thought about it for a while, and he said, "Let's play some darts, and then let me know what you think." Lewis seemed like a really nice guy, and quite frankly, he is a nice guy. He was just doing things that most people kind of frowned upon. People like the ATF. As the night wore on, I thought, hey, I'll give it a shot. And he told me the next weekend to be there, and I would go out with another guy to collect. I didn't tell anybody else about it, and certainly not my friend. But I showed up the next weekend, introduced to a very large guy that I'll call Lance. Lance and I got into his SUV, and he didn't really say much. I got instructions that we would go to each stop. I was just to say who I was and what everyone owed when I talked to them. I had that list on a piece of flash paper that Lewis had given me. If they had lost anything but wanted to lay for the week, that was that option. And basically, it was an option of just digging themselves deeper into a hole, and you'd be surprised at how many people will do just that if they don't have what the bookie wants. Lance basically told me that he was there for my protection, and anything that happened I might have a problem with, I was just to back off and let him do his thing. Again, this is the second time I've said this, but you probably have an idea where this is going. We went to a number of places in the city that I lived, and for the most part it was a smooth night. Guys were handing over cash to me, and at this point I was not taking any bets. I told them that they had to call Lewis for that. Lance just stood by me at every stop, and the night wore on. We had 2 last stops, and by this point I had a considerable amount of money on me. I'm talking well over $15,000. We got to the last place, and this is where I saw what, again, you'd think you'd only see in movies, but it was real. The guy we visited was this older bald dude working in a garage that he owned. I don't know if he was working on a car or what, but he was just sitting in his office at the time. Unfortunately, he didn't have the money he owed Lewis, and in his case, I asked him if he just wanted to lay. You're right, I'm talking like a gangster here. God, I'm lame, but it's true. Lance stepped in and said, "No, that's 3 weeks in a row. Get the money." The guy just sat there, and I thought I was going to start crying. Lance told him again, "Get the money." I didn't know what to do. and Lance put a gigantic meat hook of a hand on my chest and pushed me backwards. And then I got to watch Lance beat the ever-living shit out of this guy. I mean, he gave him a royal beating. He then told me to tell the guy that I'd be back in 4 days and he better have the money. I looked at Lance, looked back at the guy and said, "I'll be back in 4 days. You better have the money." But I said it like a total pussy. Lance said, "Let's go." We left and went back to the bar, and Lance didn't say another word to me, and I didn't say anything to him. When we finally got there and met Lewis, Lance just punched me in the shoulder and said, "Good job." Then he drifted off into the bar. Lewis took me into the back, and I handed over all the money. We'd been out there for maybe 2 hours, and he laid down $500, shoved it over to me. He asked how things went, and I told him about the last guy, and he just started laughing. He then gave me an extra $200 and said, if I want to keep doing this, show up when he called. I said, okay, and he said, hey, if you don't want to do it, there's no shame. But I know that you're not super happy at your job, and the pay goes a hell of a lot higher than this if you work more than one night. I took the money even though I thought about maybe not taking it. He laughed and said, you've earned it. Let me know if you want to keep going. I left, and I was in a daze. I went home, grabbed a beer out of my fridge, and sat down in my living room of my apartment. And I couldn't believe what just happened. I'd gotten paid to wander around my city, take money from people, and then watch a gorilla of a human being beat a guy senseless. I mean, was this really something I wanted to do? I eventually fell asleep, woke up the next morning, and decided that if I could ride this out for a little while, save up a bunch of money, either head out of town, or, if I made enough, maybe get a new car, maybe get a new place. I don't recommend that anyone do this. I can't stress that enough. It's a very stressful thing to do, and what I was about to see was the reason I got out of it. I did tell another friend what I was up to, and he said, dude, you're being unbelievably stupid. There's probably cops following you around all the time, and you're the one who's going to take the fall. Yep, I was being an idiot. But the money was looking so good, I wasn't even thinking about things like that. For all I knew, there were guys following us around. And I did realize that if I did get caught, I was certainly going to jail. But, dumb kid, I stayed. The night I finally decided that I was out of it, I had already amassed about 25 grand. This happened a couple of months after, and I wasn't working with Lance one night. There was some other guy who I'll call Tom. Tom was even bigger than Lance, but was way more talkative, and I felt like he was on something. We did a normal route with a couple of extra stops. Before we got to the last 3, we made it to another guy who did not have his take and was also not allowed to lay for another week. Before the guy could even say anything more, Tom smashed him in the face, grabbed him by the balls, and threw him into the wall. This guy was down on his knees, and I was about to say, okay, I think that's enough, man. But Tom was so far gone. I swear he was on something. Tom picked up a phone and started hitting the guy in the face with it. Then, while the guy was trying to get up, he put his leg down on the guy's elbow, and I could actually hear the bones snap. I just watched a guy break another guy's arm so badly that it looked like the way your arm normally is going in, but the complete opposite. The guy was screaming bloody murder, and Tom said, that's what you get. We'll be back in 4 days. Get the money. So that was the minute I said, I'm not doing this anymore. I mean, I know these guys are degenerate gamblers, but holy shit, this psychopath just broke a guy's fucking arm. We did the rest of the stops without me saying a word. Went back to Murray's, and I dropped the money off. I told Lewis that I was actually looking at a job out of state, and that was going to be my last night. He gave me a long, hard stare, and it finally sank into me, and I started to think that maybe this was like one of those Goodfella things, like, once you're in, you're in. He didn't say anything other than, all right, man, I know it's not for everybody. He gave me my money, and I left. On the way out, though, he said, good luck. That night when I got back to my apartment, I had more than my usual share of beer. Around 3 in the morning, I heard a noise outside of my window. I lived on the ground floor of an apartment building at the time, and something was rustling in the bushes. And at first I thought, maybe it's just a raccoon or a squirrel. But then I heard a faint tapping on my window. Stupidly, I thought, it's probably just a friend who's trying to get in, but I didn't answer the phone that activated the door lock to the building. So I went over to the window, pulled up the shades, and who was standing there? Tom. Through the window, he said to me, "You tell anybody that you've ever met me, and you're a fucking dead man." He pushed his finger against the window where my chest was, and he said, "I'm not kidding. One word, and you're gone." I just nodded, and he turned around and left. The next day, I started updating my resume on Monster.com. I was planning on getting out of Dodge. I didn't care what job I was going to take. I was taking the first thing that I was offered in any other state. I was that scared. I don't know if he came on Lewis's order, but all I know is that guy was not kidding around, and I was not going to take any chances. And that was it. I did get another job, ended up flying from New York to North Carolina, which is where I live now. I've never heard from those guys again, and I never told my friend who introduced me to Lewis that I had been up to all that stuff. The only person who knows that I was out there doing things was Lewis, Tom, and Lance. Never again. I don't even bet in office pools or buy squares for the big games. I want nothing to do with that life. One of the scariest nights of my life scared me out of that racket for good, and that's the God's honest truth. I didn't make any of this up. I'm sure people will doubt everything that I've said, but it's the truth. My Treehouse, submitted by Steve O. Jive. Hey, I recently saw you share your podcast in a forum in Western New York. I grew up in the same town as you, but I'm a little bit older. It's funny to hear some of the stories you share that are related to this area, so I thought I would share my story, even though I'm an old coot at this point. When I was growing up in the late 70s and early 80s, I lived out in an area that was nothing but farm country, but now it's all subdivisions. No one would know where I'm talking about other than you, but there's no point in saying anything about it, as I no longer live there. I live in Florida, but I can remember every square inch of the fields around our houses, about a mile from the high school in Lancaster, New York. We had a huge tree in the backyard, and my dad built us this really kick-ass treehouse. It had a metal slide on one side, and another that went from the floor of the treehouse to the ground. That was one of those swirly kinds of slides. There was a little deck outside of it, and my friends and I loved playing in it. And every once in a while, we would also have sleepovers in the summer. That was super fun as well. When I was 10 years old, I invited 2 of my friends over for a campout. My dad built us a fire, and we all roasted hot dogs and marshmallows. Then we climbed the ladder to get into the treehouse and into our sleeping bags, or sleeping on top of them because of how hot it was. We stayed up telling scary stories like all kids do, and then finally fell asleep probably a little after 1 in the morning. I woke up a few hours later and smelled something awful. It was the most rotten stench I'd ever smelled. For a second, I thought maybe it was one of my friends who was just farting, or for whatever reason, their stomachs didn't agree with the hot dogs and marshmallows that we had earlier. And then I thought, oh no, maybe a skunk somehow got up here. So I grabbed my flashlight, I sat up, and I kind of flashed it around the room. What I saw was nothing like what I was expecting. There was a guy, a grown man who looked like he lived in a dumpster, laying at the far end of the treehouse floor. He wasn't near us, but he certainly wasn't in there when we all came up to go to sleep, talk, do the things that we were doing. This guy got in there after we had fallen asleep, and the smell was coming from him. Again, I cannot tell you how rank it was. I tapped my friend Toby on the shoulder and quietly whispered to him that we needed to wake up Alex and get out of the treehouse. in a kind of a loud voice, said, "Why?" And I told him, "Shut up!" and pointed out this guy who was laying on the floor of the treehouse a little ways away from our feet. Toby's eyes got big, and he immediately tapped Alex to wake him up and turned off the flashlight. I whispered as quietly as I could that we all needed to just go down from the slide from the floor of the treehouse and then run to the back door. As quietly as we could, we did, and the guy never woke up. We ran to my back door. I slammed it open, and my dad obviously heard that I had slammed the door, and he came running downstairs from his bedroom. All three of us started talking at once, telling him about this weird smelly guy who was up in our treehouse that we had not invited or had noticed as we had been asleep. My dad had served in the army in Korea. He was a big firearms proponent. He told us to sit in the kitchen, and he went and got his .45. We could hear him saying something to my mother, and then he went outside to confront this guy, who we believed was still in our treehouse. Apparently my mom was still in her bedroom calling the police, and my dad went out, fished the guy out of the treehouse. We were all being pretty obedient. We weren't looking out the windows until the police showed up. The guy was some homeless vagrant who wandered around our town and had apparently seen us, and seen that we had this treehouse. It was odd that he was out where we were, because where we lived was nowhere near the village. As I said, it's kind of out in the fields. How he wandered all the way out there, we'll never know. But the police took him away, and that was the last we heard of him. We've had a lot of other really eccentric people that lived in Lancaster, but this guy was not one of the people we were familiar with. For whatever reason, he had seen that we were out there, and thought that that would be a good place for him to camp out that night, too. Sorry, buddy. Bad idea with a dad in the military and a really strong police force in our town. The guy didn't try to hurt us or anything, but the creepiest thing about it is that he thought it would be okay to just come into a kid's treehouse and sleep there, with 3 kids in it. Sometimes I think back and I wonder what happened to that guy. A Bad Decision, submitted by Kelly D. When I was in college, I begged my parents to let me study abroad as part of a school program, and my sophomore year, they let me do it. My friend Jen and I signed up for the London, UK program, while some of our other friends went to Australia. I wanted to go there because I knew I would have access to so many other countries, cultures, museums, and people. I was an art major, working on a double major, one a BFA in graphic design, one in communications, and I was also minoring in photography. I thought this opportunity would be an amazing way to help in all 3 of my fields. Jen was also in communications, and much more of a party girl than me, which has a lot to do with the number of troubles we had across the pond. Believe me, I love Jen and still do, but she was a lot wilder than me. We had separate rooms at the same school, but with different roommates. I met my friend Kiki, and Jen stayed with Siobhan. They were and still are amazing people, although Kiki moved back to Japan and I have not seen her in person since this time. It was thrilling to be in a different country and doing different things with so many new friends and classmates. Everyone was so nice to us, and we began to see the world differently, that's for sure. One weekend, Jen and I wanted to see the Louvre and the Georges Pompidou Center of Arts, so we asked Kiki and Siobhan if they wanted to go with us and help us with our travels. They checked with their parents, and all was cool, so off we went for what we thought was going to be a fun weekend. Before I go any further, I want to say that Paris is amazing. The people are amazing. But when going to restaurants, boulangeries, and patisseries, things can be trying. The people working there are very short if you don't know exactly what you want or can't communicate in French and actually speak to you in English. Thank God Siobhan was fluent, and that would save us later. We took an early morning train from London to Paris, checked into a hostel, and then hit the Louvre before it got mobbed. Then we had lunch, saw the Eiffel Tower, before deciding to go to dinner after walking around Paris. Our waiter, and I don't give a shit naming his name, was Raphael, and he was a complete dick from the moment we got there. He was smoking a cigarette outside as we looked at the menu, and then he barked at us that we needed to decide if we wanted to eat there, as it was going to get busy. For some reason, Jen thought he was the hottest thing ever and told him that we would take a table. So we went in, had Pernod on Siobhan's recommendation, and that led to more Pernod. As we ate and drank, I noticed Raphael's attitude kind of changing. He was now being much nicer, and when we were pretty drunk and getting ready to leave, he grabbed Jen by the arm and asked her in English if we wanted to go to a party his friend was having. He apologized for not being a college student like us, but his friends were, and he thought it would be fun. We all looked at one another, and in our drunken state said, "Why not?" He told us to come back, and he'd be off work at 10 o'clock. So, giggling, we left and walked around laughing, and now I was realizing how cute he was, and thinking that maybe his friends were too. We went back to the restaurant, and true to his word, there he was. He led us to the metro and told us about his friends. It never dawned on me that we were just diving into something. That was the booze thinking for all of us. Finally, we got to an apartment building, and I was beginning to sober up. We went upstairs to an apartment that was loud with music, and people were talking. We all went in, and at first no one seemed to notice us. But Raphael introduced us to some people, and while it was hard to understand the conversations, most of the young people spoke very good English. After a while, everyone started to leave, but Raphael and his friends, Lucas and Arthur, told us to stay and keep enjoying the night. Jen was smitten, and the other two had taken a liking to Siobhan and Kiki. Being honest, I'm not the most beautiful girl in the world, but I was kind of feeling left out. I stopped drinking, but Kiki and Jen kept at it. The guys were pressuring us to keep drinking, and at one point, I'm sure I saw Lucas put something into the bottles he handed to us. I mentioned it to my friends, but only Siobhan took it seriously. She excused herself and said she needed to use the bathroom. When she came back, she said we needed to go, right now. I asked why, and she said she overheard Raphael and Lucas talking about drugging our drinks and having their way with us. Suddenly, Kiki said she didn't feel well, and Jen was practically passed out. I looked at Siobhan, and she said we needed to get those two out of there. That's when Lucas came in with 2 glasses of wine and said he wanted to make a toast to our new friendship. Siobhan said, in French, we had to leave, and thanked him for the fun night. I got up, and that's when I saw Arthur locking the door. He said we could just spend the night there, as it would be confusing for us to go back to our hostel on our own. Kiki then ran to the bathroom, and we could hear her throwing up. Lucas followed her, and then we heard a door close. Now my alarm bells were going off big time. I knew something was wrong, and I walked towards the back bedrooms and bathroom, just to find Kiki, and I heard Lucas saying something to someone else that I hadn't seen earlier in the party. They both laughed, and then I heard Kiki cry out. I yelled for Siobhan, but then I heard her struggling. So I went back to the main room and saw her fighting off Raphael. She scratched his face, and he hit her very hard and knocked her down. I heard voices from the back getting louder, and did the only thing I could, got out my pepper spray. I nailed Raphael in the face, turned and hit Arthur, and they both ran to the kitchen area for water. Siobhan and I ran to the back bedroom and grabbed Kiki off the bed. Her pants were around her ankles. Her panties were gone. The guys were still yelling in the kitchen, and we ran out after unlocking the door and grabbing a mostly comatose Jen. Lucas made one last-ditch effort to get us, and Siobhan said, "Va te faire foutre," "Mourir," and then in English said, "I know what you assholes were saying." He looked more surprised that she spoke French, and we all dragged ourselves out the door and down the stairs. Not knowing where to go, a very kind man walking his dog saw our dismay and said he would help call a cab and the police. We stood shivering for 20 minutes before the police showed up, and he let us sit in this cramped car while he and another officer went up to the apartment. The guys tried to bullshit their way out of what happened, but one look at their pepper-sprayed eyes was all that they needed to know that we were telling the truth. Kiki was now passed out alongside Jen, and they took both of them to a hospital and sent us back to the hostel, asking us to see them in the morning. We did just that. Jen and Kiki were okay by the time we got there, just really hungover from their roofies. All 4 of the guys were arrested and charged. We were told we might need to come back to take part in hearings, but we were never called to do it. We just got messages that our statements were enough, and they had enough evidence to prosecute, or whatever they do in France. When Kiki and Jen were ready to leave the hospital, Siobhan and I had already gathered their things and told them that we were going back to London. It was a quiet 3-hour train ride back to campus. To this day, I know if it hadn't been for Siobhan understanding the language, we'd have all been in a worse way than we were. On an end note, Kiki was okay. They hadn't got as far as they wanted with her. Thank God. Cigarette smoke. Submitted by Jenny. So this is kind of a nice, scary story. My aunt lost her dad. Not my grandfather. My aunt was married to my mom's brother. He was a painter, so I got most of his painting equipment after he died. I put all the stuff I got in my hallway closet. And after a while, I was doing some cleaning and moved the stuff from him to a box and put it under my bed. That night, I smelled cigarette smoke. He was a heavy smoker, and I thought maybe it was him, but in my family, we don't talk about that kind of stuff. I've had many experiences but never shared them with my family, so I said nothing. Time passed, and it happened again. This time, I told my aunt, hey, I think your father paid me a visit. She didn't believe me. I insisted, and she told me that the next time I can say to him that she misses him and loves him dearly. A month or so after she said this, it happened again. I smelled cigarette smoke. So I said, "Hi, your daughter misses you and loves you." And the second I finished that thought, the cigarette smell disappeared and has not come back. The Arcade, submitted by Steve G. Growing up in the 80s, arcades were a big thing in my town. We had 2 at a local mall, one standalone place that also had pool and darts, and a putt-putt that had one, and a Chuck E. Cheese knockoff place where kids had parties. The ball pit, stupid mechanical animal band, and so on. One time, my friend Chris had his 11th birthday party there. I was excited because I knew the place had games the other places didn't, like Tron and Dragon's Lair. Really fun ones. The deal was, if you were in a party, you got a certain amount of tokens with the party you were at. Pizza and soda, and the adults would kind of hang out with each other or wander around and play a game or two while keeping an eye on the kids. I remember there was one other party for another kid going on, and it was loud and fun as we were all running around, playing games, yelling and cheering on our friends. One game I loved, and that they had at other places, was Star Wars, except this one you sat down in a box-like thing to play. I guess the idea was that it made you feel like you were actually in an X-Wing fighter. I'd played the stand-up version a lot before, but this was a lot cooler. So I was playing, and after a while I ran out of lives and was going to put another token in, when this guy came over to the side of the game and asked me if I liked playing it. I knew all about Stranger Danger, but he didn't seem crazy or whatever, and I thought he was just another dad with the other party. I said I liked it, and he asked if he could get in and watch me play. And right away I said no, and then he said if he could watch over my shoulder from outside. I said, yeah, sure, whatever, and went back to playing. When I was done, I went out on the other side of the game to find my friends, and he said, "Hey, hang on a second, wait. Do you have any video games at home, like an Atari?" I stopped and said, "Yeah, I have an Atari." And he said, "Tell you what, I have 2 copies of this same game, and I'll give you one if you want it. Okay, before anyone judges my stupidity, you have to remember that cartridges were like $40 back then, and getting new games was a rarity. We all borrowed different ones from each other to keep from being bored. So, a free game? How could I possibly pass that up? I said, "Wow, thanks," and he said he had it out in his car and we could go get it right then. The prospect of a new game clouded my judgment, and all I could think of was playing it. He said his car was parked in the back because when he got to the party, the front parking lot was full. So I followed him to a back door when my friend Chris came up to me and asked what was up. I told him about the free game, and the guy just smiled and nodded, and Chris said, "Man, that's a deal and a half." The guy looked at Chris and said, "Hey, if you have an Atari too, I've got other games in my car, and you can pick one out." Chris said, "Okay," and we started going towards the door again. But right as the guy was about to open it, my dad and another friend's dad came running over and said, "Where do you think you're going?" And that was directed to me and Chris. Before I could answer, the guy opened the door and ran out to a car. My dad tried to run after him, but the guy got away driving out from behind the place, and I recall my dad telling the police later when he talked to them that the car didn't have any plates. Back inside, no one knew who the guy was. He wasn't with the other birthday party. He wasn't with our birthday party. He just showed up like a total pedo, looking to snatch some kids. I mean, seriously, for all I know, he wasn't a pedo. Maybe he just wanted to kill little kids. Who knows? But what I do know is that Chris and I got our butts chewed out big time for talking to a stranger, and then thinking it was a good idea just leaving with him, and on top of it, not even telling our parents. I learned a lesson that I already knew. But even now, as a 45-year-old man, I think back and see how scary that really was. A few more feet, and Chris and I could have been in pretty serious trouble with nobody knowing where we had gone. I'm glad my dad was paying attention that day. The Moaning Sound, submitted by Orange Potato. I recently experienced some paranormal stuff, and some weird shit during spring break. Over spring break, I made a long trek from the Midwest all the way to Spartanburg, South Carolina to meet my relatives. I'm a fan of horror movies and other stuff like that, so I decided to look up some scary and haunted places in Spartanburg. I'm a Christian and do not believe in the paranormal, but I do, however, believe in demons that might cause mischief and trouble in the work of the devil. If you know anything about Spartanburg, you might know of the infamous Gates of Hell Cemetery. It's an old cemetery that has housed many dead, and anyway, I wanted to go there. So at night, of course, me and my brother headed to the lake. Eventually, we got there about after 5 minutes. It was night, the park was closed, but we decided to explore a bit anyway. We split up, which is always a bad idea. I know it's trespassing, but I have to say that the cat was trespassing as well. Yeah, I found a black cat that ran away when I came near its hiding spot. I walked around for a few minutes discouraged, and eventually I decided to get back towards the car. I walked over. I might mention that I am very timid and an introvert, and I also guess a bit of a scaredy cat. I'm not so much of a boy kind of boy. Anyways, I heard something rustling from the nearby forest, and I looked into the woods and saw nothing. Then I heard a noise that sounded like some kind of ghoul, like moaning. I realized immediately it was that iconic yawn of my brother. He's one of those people to make a very dramatic yawn, and he had just made it. It wasn't very scary. "Aha, very funny," I said. My brother stepped out of the woods and sighed, "Well, I wasn't really trying to be scary." As we opened the car door and got into it, we heard a low moaning sound. I'd read that a woman had supposedly been killed out there, and I knew that it was the ghost. Me and my brother looked at each other, slammed the doors, and sped out of there. Let's just say I don't really believe in the paranormal. There has to be a logical explanation, right? But I've also read that in the Gore orphanage lore, supposedly, wind hits long trucks and sends out a loud ghostly sound to the orphanage. So perhaps it was something like that. I have my doubts, as it was not very windy. It was an eerily quiet night. But perhaps that cat was significant? I mean, it ran away, but maybe it wasn't running from me. All I know is that the lake, it has some weird vibes to it, at least to strangers from faraway states. Maybe I'll do some more ghost hunting later in my home state, and if I do that, I'll certainly share more stories with you. But for now, the lake strongly discouraged me from ever going out into the night again. I was stalked by a jilted junkie hookup by KTB. This happened literally a month ago, back in February, when my boyfriend and I had decided to try out an open relationship for a little while, for various reasons. We live separately in one of the larger cities in the north of Middle America, and there's a decently sized population of college students like me to keep the gay community fresh, so I was doing pretty well for myself. One night, I was bored and scrolling through Grindr looking for an easy hookup when I got a message from a guy who was barely 800 feet away. He wasn't terrible looking, and I was a little desperate, so I agreed to go to his place. He lived quite literally down the street from me. I mean, I could see his building from my window. So I walked over, and he let me up into his apartment. We made small talk, and I mentioned where I lived. Hell, I even pointed out my window from one of the windows in the stairwell. From the first, I thought there was something off about the guy. Not necessarily bad, just different. An odd twitch in his hands when he gripped the banister. The vacancy of his eyes when he smiled. I'm not so cliché to say that he felt evil or anything like that, but I wasn't exactly surprised that, after we got to his apartment, the first thing he did was to tell his very pretty and friendly cat to say hello, and the second thing he did was walk over to the kitchen counter, grab a needle, and shoot up. I hadn't even closed the door behind me. I stood there staring, and he turned around, dropped the needle on the counter, and went, "Oh, shit, man, should have asked. You cool with that?" I am not a good Christian boy. I've broken into a church while tripping on LSD. I've had sex on a headstone back in high school, but I have my standards. So I shook my head mutely, pulled my hat back on, and opened the door to leave. The guy rushed over and put a hand on my shoulder. "Yo, I'm sorry. You don't gotta go. We don't gotta fuck. Do you want to watch Transformers 3 with me or something?" "Nope," I said bluntly, hustling away down the stairs. I bundled up my scarf against the early February chill and hurried back down the street to my apartment. He followed me downstairs, barefoot, in pajama pants and a t-shirt, until I stepped outside into the whipping winds. I turned back briefly to look after a moment, and he was still standing there in the doorway, watching me. I didn't have any premonitions of doom or weirdness. I mean, I grew up in Missouri. Junkies barely register as odd to me by this point. So I just went home and went to bed. Now, you might have guessed it, but I'd never seen this dude around the neighborhood before. Truthfully, I hadn't seen most of my neighbors because my neighborhood is an odd mixture of white-collar suburbia, college housing, and low-income housing like my paramour's building. All of that's on one street. So it didn't really register when I started seeing him more. I would leave for work in the afternoon, and he'd be on the other avenue across from my building, just strolling along. Or he'd cut across my building's parking lot like all the kids in the neighborhood did. A couple of times I saw him walking across the campus mall. My apartment building is directly adjacent to my campus, but he'd always swerve to avoid me. Once or twice I'd notice him in the grocery store I worked at as a barista, but it's the only one within walking distance, and he mentioned he didn't have a car. This went on for the entire month of February, and eventually I started noticing. He'd always be walking down the street opposite of my building when I left from my work at my usual time, and he was only ever at the store when I was working. He never approached the coffee stand within the store where I worked, but he always looked at me. A couple of times I noticed him enter, look at me, pretend to shop, and then leave without buying anything. And I was starting to feel creeped out, but he hadn't done anything yet to make me feel particularly unsafe. One day late in the month, I worked an early shift. When I got off, I felt a little more crazy from lack of sleep, and I reached my place about 20 minutes before I usually leave for work. On the corner of the sidewalk opposite me was this guy. He was checking his watch over and over and looking up. I did a bit of brilliant deductive analysis and followed his gaze up to my living room window. Then I looked back down at him. He looked right at me. There was a moment of tension as we stared each other in the eyes. Like I said, this dude didn't give off any evil or dark vibes. I mean, I've met people that do. But no, what I saw in this guy's eyes and his face was much more human and much scarier. Desperation, loneliness, pain, and anger. He hurried after me. I'm 6'3" and a former sprinter, whereas he was a 5'8" junkie wearing flip-flops on ice. I made it to the first set of doors to my apartment, scanned myself in through the second, and locked them behind me. He walked through the unlocked first set, tried to open the second, tried pushing the handicap button to open them, and then gave up. "Look, man, I'm sorry," he shouted, laying a hand on the glass of the door. "Can we talk about it?" I shook my head. "Absolutely not, man. Leave me alone." Then I whirled on my heel and stomped over to the elevator. When I turned back, he was gone out into the snow. I didn't see him for a couple of weeks afterward, which is nice because my boyfriend likes to walk down the street past the dude's apartment when he stays over and needs to go smoke. One night, my boyfriend was over at my place. He'd just gone out to smoke before we went to bed, and he mentioned that he wanted me to come with him the next time he went out. "Why?" I asked, pulling him in close to me while he shivered. "It's dark and cold, and I get paranoid out there sometimes," he mumbled into my chest. "There's this creepy dude that sometimes stands on the corner across the way, and he's just staring at the building. One time he asked me for a cig, and I told him I didn't have one when I literally had one in my hand." He laughed then, kissed my chin, and then passed out. I lay there awake, troubled. When I was sure my boyfriend was deeply asleep, meaning after about 5 minutes had passed, I extricated myself and went to the window. It was a cold, clear night, and I could see across the street, under the orange glow of the streetlight, there was the guy. I couldn't make him out clearly, but when he saw me, he waved. I flicked him off and closed the blinds. I didn't feel like I should have to tell my boyfriend because he was either going to immediately go to the police, which I hate doing, or he'd try and defend me. And while I love him with my entire heart, I didn't want to fight. I didn't want to watch a fight between a junkie stalker and my underweight nicotine-addicted boyfriend. So I kept it to myself, and I still haven't told him. But I did start accompanying him when he went out to smoke. That guy was usually outside. Sometimes he'd follow us for a bit before ducking down a side street, and sometimes he'd watch from a distance, and sometimes he'd be up in his apartment. My boyfriend never noticed. I kept my composure, and nothing happened. One night, though, we went out so my boyfriend could smoke like normal. When we reached the end of the street and turned around, the stalker was behind us, maybe 50 feet back. I turned my head to check, and there he was. He waved at me again, and something told me I had to get back inside. "Hey, babe," I said quietly to my boyfriend. "Let's get back inside, yeah? I'm cold." "Aw, baby," he said, kissing me on the cheek. "Okay, I'm almost done anyway." We walked back to the apartment building, and without turning, I knew that the stalker was behind us the entire time. I kept my hand intertwined with my boyfriend's, and he kept up the casual conversation we'd been having about how I hate geese. When we got back up to my apartment and he got changed for bed while I was grabbing some water. I've never lived in an apartment before, and I didn't know if it's odd or not, but this building has a weird telephone in each unit that rings when someone wants to be let in. Ours never rings unless it's Uber Eats, so my boyfriend was surprised when it started ringing late at night, when neither of us had ordered anything. "Probably just some asshole playing a prank," I said, unhooking the phone from the wall and putting it in the kitchen cabinet. He accepted that without a struggle, and we laid down in bed. When he was soundly out, I got up, got dressed, grabbed a couple of things, and headed downstairs in my thick winter coat. Sure enough, Fanboy was out there in the parking lot. He waved at me and jogged over, smiling broadly. "Hey, man." "What do you want?" I said flatly. "Look, man, I feel like we ended things awkwardly last time. I just wanted to talk to you," he said. "So you stalked me?" "What?" He started to look angrier, his brows furrowing. "Nah, man, I didn't stalk you. I just wanted to know when I could talk to you, but you always avoid me. Now you're walking around out here with that skinny little bitch boy trying to rub it in my face, and I don't fucking appreciate that." "Look, man," he said, smiling again, stepping closer. "You want to go talk about this back at my place? Ditch the white boy and come hang out with me tonight. Please, I won't shoot up or anything this time." He took another step closer to me. I saw in his right hand a dully gleaming piece of metal, a folded-up switchblade. He smiled at me, and I stepped back, shaking my head, and his smile drained away into a deep scowl. "Bitch, I'm done asking. You're going to come over to my place now and finish what we started," he growled. He unfolded the knife and pointed it at me. Like I said, this dude was 5'8" tops and skinny. Like I said, I'm 6'3", 200 pounds, and regularly lift weights. Also, I had a 12-inch kitchen knife which I had drawn from my coat pocket and leveled at his throat. He looked at my knife and then back at his and smiled again. "All right, bro, I was just playing. We don't gotta, we can just talk right here, bro. I don't leave me and my boyfriend alone," I said very quietly. "I'll cut your face off and eat it." "What the fuck?" he said. "I spent 8 years in juvie for stabbing a kid in middle school." I lied. He backed up, putting the knife back in his pocket, and I took a step closer, holding my knife level. He backed away quickly, almost falling on the ice, until he was fully sprinting back to his place, and I was chasing him down with my knife until he crossed the street and I stopped. Slid the knife back in my pocket and watched him run back to his building. Then I went back up to my bedroom, told my boyfriend I just had to go to pee, and then fell asleep. So, nameless, horny junkie, let's not meet again, or I will eat your face. Ice Chest Cindy, submitted by Zach C. The story took place in the mid-1970s, when my mom was in her late teens. The story has stuck with me ever since my mother burnt it into my young mind. It was in the middle of August. Harvest was in full swing, really just a typical day in eastern Washington during the summer. You know, the kind when the freshly harvested wheat sends plumes of dust into the air, leaving the sun-stained, orange haze across the rolling hills. If you have allergies, living in this area wouldn't be for you. Anyway, as my mother often told us, she would spend her summers babysitting various local kids, as there wasn't much for work in a town of less than 1,200 people. Unless you were a farmer or a child of a farmer, you typically found yourself taking any side job you could find. It was a weekend day, and my mother had just finished watching these two young kids. It's been a long time since my mother has told me this story, and, well, she's since passed on. But I think the little girl she was watching was around 4 years old, and her brother was 9 or 10. She was about to leave the family's home when their mother asked if she would like to go with them to a late lunch just outside of town at a friend's house. She thought for a minute, and then the lady said, "There'll be others there from your class," and knowing this, she happily agreed and said she would meet them there. An hour or so later, she had arrived at the large farmhouse just outside of town. To give you a mental picture of the farmhouse estate, picture a standard large red barn with a couple of medium-sized shops on the property. There was a play area for the children with everything from swings to a jungle gym, and this house had a wraparound porch at the front and a smaller deck off the back. There was a large, thick dust blind on the right side of the house, and for all of those of you who are not familiar with dust blinds, they're large trees, typically poplar trees, planted side by side for hundreds of feet. They block the large plumes of harvest dust from completely covering every inch of the estate. On the other side of the house, it was just wheat fields for miles and miles. It had only been a few minutes when many of the children that my mom babysat spotted her. Instantly, they started in on her, pleading to play hide-and-seek, tag, and all those games kids like to play outside. After about all she could take, my mom said, "Fine," and with a laugh, she said, "We can play hide and seek." All the kids got big grins on their faces as they normally do, and soon the group of children ran off to go hide, parents yelling in the distance to not go too far and stay out of the shops and don't cross the road. There were about 10 kids, if I remember the story correctly, ranging in age from the youngest being 4 years old to some older kids that were just reaching their teens. My mom wasn't the oldest among the kids, however, she was extremely liked by those she babysat. I don't know why I mentioned that. I guess I miss her, and I'm always talking about how great she was. After about 30 minutes of playing hide and seek, my mom said they decided to finish their last game before their late lunch was served. It was starting to get a little colder now as the cooler late August, early September breeze started blowing in. Mom could hear other kids in the distance being found by the seeker, with the occasional child complaining that someone else helped to find them. You know how kids can be. Minutes went by when one of the kids my mom was hiding with said, "Do you hear that?" And my mom responded, "No. Could you see someone?" It was then a small hand grabbed her shoulder. She turned only to be met with an ear-to-ear smiling kid. "Found you!" a little red-headed boy yelled. I know, up to this point you're probably just thinking, what does any of this have to do with anything? I'm getting there. Everyone started making their way into the farmhouse to get ready to eat, some parents lagging behind, picking up things the children had left behind. That's when one of the teenage girls came out of the house calling for her 4-year-old sister. We'll refer to her as Cindy. "Cindy! Cindy, time to come in and eat," she yelled. After about 5 minutes of her sister yelling for her, there was still no sign of Cindy. Her sister hustled back inside and started asking everyone if they had seen her, and who was the last hiding with her before they all came inside. Nobody had a solid answer to where Cindy was. The entire group stopped eating and headed out to look for her. Everyone was yelling her name, searching in and out of all the shops on the property, as well as the long tree line surrounding the farm. 15 minutes turned into 30 minutes, and then soon an hour had passed, and still there was no sign of Cindy. Then, as my teenage mother and a few others were starting up the back porch stairs to enter the house again, on the porch, just next to the sliding glass door, was an ice chest. You know, like one of those old 1970s Coleman type with the metal latches. The description of that isn't important, but what is important is what was lying next to the ice chest. It was a pair of black dress shoes with the little strap that ran across the top connecting to the metal clasp. My mom remembered turning to see Cindy's uncle turn ghost white. Those were Cindy's shoes. But why were they sitting next to the ice chest, nicely together, side by side? Instantly, Cindy's uncle told my mom and the others that were on the porch to go and get the other adults. "Now!" he screamed with a sad gasp, holding his head with his hands. This is and will always be one of the most chilling parts of his story that I will ever remember. My mother, she didn't leave with the others on the porch. At this time, she knew what was in that ice chest, and she couldn't look away. Cindy's father opened the ice chest, and there, the cold, lifeless body of Cindy was exposed. Her father quickly pulled her from the airtight cooler, and he began CPR, but it was too late. She was dead. I'll never forget that day, my mom would always tell us. She was Cindy's favorite babysitter, and Cindy was my mom's favorite little one. Fast forward to the day of Cindy's funeral. It was taking place in the same town, and everyone was going to be there to support Cindy's family. My mother and her family were just leaving when my mom had to run back upstairs to get something. I don't remember exactly what she had forgotten or why she needed to go back up to her room, but this is where things got a little creepy. I'd like to inform all the listeners that this is the exact house that I would also grow up in. To paint a picture of the scene, there's a large front living room, and it has a large carpeted stairway that leads upstairs. The stairway is an L shape, and it goes up about halfway and then turns 90 degrees to the right. Then you have about 6 or 7 more stairs until you reach the top. To the left is the bathroom and a built-in closet. Straight ahead is a hallway about, I'd say, no longer than 10 feet. There are 2 bedrooms on the right and one on the end at the left. Mom's room was at the end and on the right. As she ran back upstairs to get whatever she had forgotten, she would enter her room and instantly, as she put it, be filled with this feeling that she was not alone. She grabbed whatever it was that she needed and turned out of the room. When she reached to turn the stairs, she felt this need to look back up towards the end of the hall near her room. There, in the middle of that hallway, stood Cindy, smiling. Mom froze, but not with fear as she told us that she wasn't scared. She was happy. As quickly as Cindy was there, she was gone. To this day, Cindy's tragic death has been considered accidental. They just assumed that she had hid in that ice chest during a game of hide-and-seek, that she died of asphyxiation. But why would a 4-year-old take her shoes off, set them there beside the ice chest nicely, and then climb inside? And how could a 4-year-old not have the ability to know that they were becoming short of breath and just push their way out? Was it an accident, or something more sinister? Whatever the reason, it was an extremely tragic day, and my mom never forgot that little girl, and neither will I. Cougar, submitted by 7-Eleven Teen. My name's Keith. Not really, but it is for this escapade. None of these names are the players, and my wife was even telling me not to share my story, but she doesn't listen to your channel, so here goes. I want to get this off my chest. When I was 24, about 6 years ago, I had recently broken up with my longtime girlfriend and was in that rebound stage. I'll take whatever I can get stage. Not just anyone, but you get what I'm saying. I was with some friends at a local bar playing darts, shooting stick, hitting up the jukebox, and waiting for a local band to start later that night. There was a usual gang of guys and some of their girlfriends. We were all just hanging out, having a good time. But just before the band started, this woman walked by us, in her early 40s, tight leather pants, loose top, and truth be told, she was pretty attractive. You can probably see where this is going. She stopped at me as I had just sunk a shot and said,
"Can you handle all sticks like that?"
and looked down at my pants. Of course, all my friends did the "oh man" thing, and I blushed. She walked away, heels clicking loud over the jukebox, and my friend Eric said, "Dude, come on, man, get after that." But his girlfriend Laura said, "Shut up, that's gross." Everybody laughed. In a little bit, the band started up and I went to get a beer at the bar. As I was waiting and jostling for a spot at the bar, 2 guys left, so I zipped in, and so did you-know-who. The bartender pointed to me, and I said, "Just a draft." He pointed at her, and she said,
"Long Island iced tea."
And he said, "Okay, draft, and a vodka tea." And she said,
"No, a Long Island iced tea."
He shook his head and said, "Lady, those are a pain in the ass to make, and there's a lot of people here tonight." She waved a 50 at him, and he just nodded and got to work. And then I shit you not, she then looked at me, licked her lips, and said,
"I always get what I want."
And she put her hand on mine. Okay, horny 24-year-old penis overrode smart 24-year-old brain. We started talking, and when we got our drinks, we left the bar area and then went back away from the stage. Another one of my friends saw me and gave me the thumbs up with a big shit-eating grin. And before I could say anything, she said,
"My name is Karen, and I want to dance, right now, with you."
Well, again, you can see where this is going. She invited me back to her place right then, and like an idiot, I said okay. I texted Eric I was leaving and that I'd call him tomorrow. She held my hand and led me to a BMW M5, and I knew this woman had to have money. We drove to her townhouse, and I won't go into details, but yes, we had sex. Before we fell asleep after a few hours of fooling around, she whispered,
"I always get what I want."
The next morning, she drove me to my apartment building, and before I got out, she said,
"Dinner tonight at 6. I'll pick you up."
I was just supposed to hang out with the guys to watch Hockey Night in Canada like we usually did. That's when I told her I said I had plans. She put her finger to my lips and said,
"I'll pick you up a little before 6.
Where was I a little before 6? Outside my building, waiting for her. Okay, I get it. So far, this isn't creepy or scary, I know. Here's where things start to go there quick. Over the next 2 months, we had a lot of sex. There was never a ton of conversation, just hookups at her place, my place, a few hotels, whatever. But we never really talked about our personal lives. I did find out she was divorced with no kids and had really taken her husband to the cleaners in the settlement. He was some investor guy that made a boatload and had moved to New York City right after the divorce. But anyway, one day, everything just stopped. No more calls, no texts, no late-night booty hookups. Karen just went away. I figured, well, she's on to someone else. Whatever. That sure was fun. About a month after that, I met a really nice woman I'll call Jen. We met at a fundraiser and hit it off immediately. She was, and is, beautiful, smart, driven, and sexy as hell. We started dating not long after we met, and here's where shit goes off the rails. About a month into our new and wonderful relationship, Karen came back. We happened to be at the same place I mentioned in the beginning, and it was just me and Jen playing darts waiting for friends for dinner. In came Karen in a red leather dress, looked right at us, and then sat down at the bar. After about 20 minutes and some of our other friends showing up, Karen walked right up to me and said, "Is this your little girlfriend?" Jen was taken aback, and I grabbed her hand and said, "Yeah, I think you need to walk away." Karen then grabbed my crotch, and before I could say or do anything, she looked right at Jen and said,
"This is mine whenever I want it."
And then she just walked out the door. As you can imagine, that was awkward as hell. I had told Jen I had messed around with an older woman, and even gotten tested so she wouldn't be weirded out by it. Jen said she didn't care. She'd also had a fling with an older guy. But what happened right then was nuts. After things calmed down and the whole group finally showed up, we all left to go to dinner. There were 6 of us, and after we sat down and ordered, a bottle of wine showed up at our table. The waiter looked like he didn't want to give it to us, but he said it was compliments of a woman, and on the bottle in red lipstick was the word slut. I immediately scanned the room, and there she was at the bar. Karen. She was staring at me, winked, then got up and left. No one knew what to say, but Eric, always the easygoing guy, just grabbed a napkin, wiped the word away, and said, "Hey, fuck it, free wine," and everybody laughed and relaxed a little. The rest of the night was cool. Then the phone calls started. Outside of my day job, at the time I was running a website selling vintage electronics, mostly stereo equipment. I also used eBay and some other outlets, but I had a separate cell phone for this. Karen was busy sending messages at all hours of the day to that phone and my normal iPhone.
"Is that slut there? I'm coming over and I'm going to teach you a lesson. Don't ignore me, Keith. You know she can't give you what I can't. If you don't call me, I'll come to you."
The one that really got to me, though?
Maybe that little slut can watch the video I have of us. Think she'd like to see me putting you through the paces.
Videos? I had no idea she was doing that. I'm not a prude, but knowing someone you can't trust that is in possession of you doing the deed is scary. Out of context, that stuff can be used to get people in trouble in more ways than one, I assure you. I immediately told Jen everything, and then one day, she played some messages for me. Somehow Karen had gotten her number and also knew where she worked. On the same day Karen had called Jen's boss and left a voicemail saying all kinds of terrible things about her, she left another on her cell phone saying,
"You little slut bitch whore, dump him now."
Yeah, things were getting creepy and intense. And that weekend I went into the local supermarket, grabbing some veggies. A cart banged into mine. Karen. I told her to leave me alone, and if I got one more message, I was going to the cops. And she just laughed and walked away. 2 aisles later, bang! She banged into my cart again and said,
"I'm not going anywhere, sweetie. I wonder how many people online would like to see us in the sheets."
I didn't say a word, walked away, went around an aisle, and then just left my cart there and beelined it to my car. I called the cops and explained my situation, and they said other than issuing her a warning, there wasn't anything they could do if she had just stopped immediately. I said, do what you have to do, I'm tired of this. I gave them her information and then asked if they would just follow up with me. Of course, Jen was annoyed and also scared. I mean, neither of us knew what this woman was capable of. I got the last phone message the next day that said,
So you went to the police. Glad one of our fun little videos was playing when they came to talk to me? Your head buried between my legs?
That was it. I hadn't heard from the cops, so I called them back. I played the message, and they told me to come out and fill out forms to serve her papers, that she could not be within 500 feet of me or contact me in any way. I did go down and fill out the forms, had a lawyer look at them, and filed it that day. Everything stopped. For a while. But then it happened. Jen was coming home from work and was about to enter her duplex. She shared with a friend. They had a detached garage, and as she was walking to their back door, Karen came out of nowhere and attacked her, trying to drag her behind the garage. There was nothing but fields and trees behind it, but Jen was able to scream for help. Her roommate, thank God, was home, called the cops, came running out to see the two fighting on the grass, and she tried to jump in, and for a few minutes the fight kept on. Thankfully, within 5 minutes a cop showed up. He broke everything up and started getting the story. Karen had a bag behind the garage with zip ties, duct tape, a ball gag, a thick collar and a leash, and handcuffs. She was going to try to kidnap Jen to get to me. She quickly found out that that kind of thing is a serious felony, and to suffice it to say, she lost a whole lot in the process of the trial and her conviction. She lost her job, her townhouse, her cars, yes, she had more than one, and just about everything else. Karen was sentenced to 4 years in jail, and I was sure that was the last we would see of her. Nope. 2 years ago, Jen and I, who were by that time engaged, were at a restaurant having dinner discussing our wedding plans. I looked up at the bar, and there she was, Karen, talking to another guy around my age. They both got up and left, and I just shook my head. I wanted so badly to run out and warn that guy, but by that time they were gone, and Jen said to just mind your own business. I hope that poor bastard got away from her fast. So yeah, to Karen, you've got a lot of problems. I understand that. You need to fix it. And stay the hell away from us. Soviet Sanitarium by Derek. Moving into our new downtown high-rise flat was a serious pain. Seriously. It took over a month from the time we purchased the apartment to when we could even start moving our belongings in. Then, we had to wait several more weeks for specific fixtures to arrive and get installed. The city was obviously experiencing a boom from new trade with China and Japan, and the housing growth was far exceeding the city's construction industry's capacity. The winter had been particularly cold as well, and although we were now in March, there was no sign the freezing temperatures and snow intended to abate. Babushka had also fallen ill with a particularly nasty bug, an even more nasty cure, which, of course, thanks to her superstitious upbringing, meant she had to try all manner of strange, horrible-smelling salves and potions. Ludya took a small break from work to stay with her grandmother and help her during recovery. The memory of what I saw in her bedroom over the New Year holidays never fully left the back of my mind, however. Every time I'd make my way into her room to say hello or bring her a bowl of soup, I'd expect some presence to be felt or some object to move. I refused to be left alone in that house again. Once the stress of the move had abated and we were successfully moved into our new home, work began to take on a much more structured and orderly pace, and our lives at last started to stabilize. It was time for my girlfriend and I to begin our adventure together. The first places we wanted to see were some of the former Soviet republics which could not be found along the country's southern and western borders. Nations which, although freed in the early 1990s, never seemed to thrive in the same way that Russia proper had. Once the winter's icy grip had finally started to thaw around late May, we flew from Vladivostok to Chelyabinsk, far away in the Caucasus, and from there rented a car to drive to the border with Kazakhstan. The road was in excellent condition, as this was obviously a vital trade route, and we purred along nicely in our rented Chevy Cruze. Honestly, I probably would have preferred to go to old Soviet-era Lada to get more of the experience, but for whatever reason, none were to be had. At the border, we got quite a few stares from the security patrols and border police on both sides. It was obvious that very few tourists or even European Russians passed through this crossing. The region was populated with almost entirely native Tatar, Kazakh, and Bashkir people. Notwithstanding the curious questions and glances, a few passport scans, and a check for fruits and vegetables, we were on our way south again, now in Kazakhstan. The first stop on our journey was to an abandoned sanitarium. When you hear the term sanitarium, you're probably most likely thinking of a privately run asylum, or perhaps a place where people with chronic illnesses would go to hopefully recover. However, in Europe and these Eurasian countries, they often had a very different use. They were simply locations where local citizens could go on a short vacation. It was just an escape from the stresses of the major industrial cities, to just relax. They usually included a lot of steam rooms, pools, tennis courts, and maybe a small football pitch. They were paid for by the workers' government-backed jobs, or were simply free in many cases, and were considered an essential part of a person's work year. With the fall of the Soviet Union, most of these places weren't bought up by private companies, and the government in most of these ex-satellite nations couldn't afford to maintain them. They were allowed to rot, and in some cases were filled with refugees from one post-Soviet war or another. This sanitarium we went to, it appeared, was simply allowed to die a slow death. The grounds were secured, though in typical style, and that really only meant a chain and a padlock, both of which were long gone by the time we arrived. The white stucco facade in traditional Soviet Romanesque design was broken and scarred, with large cracks exposing the concrete and rebar skeleton within. Virtually every window had been broken out, most likely by area kids who had also taken it upon themselves to cover every inch of the interior walls with graffiti. The building had obviously been vandalized as well, following the fall, as most of the ornamental hammer and sickle emblems had been intentionally chiseled off the walls, and we come across the occasional bust of Stalin or Lenin with the face broken away. Moving down into the lower levels, we came across the Great Theater, massive and paneled in false marble. This auditorium could have probably fit at least 2,000 people in its heyday. Now it sat, silent and crumbling. Long, tattered, mold-covered velvet curtains hung precariously on either side of the performance stage, and the stage itself had more broken than intact boards, and several of the heavy projector lights had fallen from their perches from the rigging above. Those punctured through the mossy stage like cannonball scars. And just to the right of the stage stood a tall, multi-paneled window, which, as with the others in the building, was entirely devoid of glass. As the faint sunlight filtered through, forming long rays in the swirling dust and mold spores, my girlfriend spotted what appeared to be an outline of a man, standing just to the side of the window frame. She tapped me on the shoulder, and I turned to look at what she was motioning to, and I caught a glimpse of the man myself. Calling out to him in Russian, we tried to get his attention, thinking at the time he was simply a local exploring too. "Privet!" "Hey," I called up to the form. With no answer, I called up again, more formally this time. "Dobry den!" "Good day." Still, there was no reply. For a moment we wondered if this was perhaps a security guard and that we were trespassing. The figure was rather clear in his position, just beside the window, standing outside and looking down at us from perhaps 12 meters up on the wall. I asked my girlfriend to wait right there a minute. Then I stepped back to the entrance of the theater and made my way quickly around the corner of the building, to the exterior wall adjacent to where the window stood. Pulling my mobile phone from my pocket along with my passport, in case it was security, I quickly made my way up to the point where the man was standing. I stopped in my tracks as I found a sheer wall. There was no place for a man or anything to be standing at the exterior of the building outside that window. There was no balcony, no bridge, no walkway. Not only was there nowhere to stand, but there was no man there. Tapping my girlfriend's number into my phone, I placed a call and waited anxiously while it rang. "Hello?" she answered softly. "Is the man still standing there?" I asked, trying not to give away the surprise and adrenaline in my voice. "Yeah, he's still standing there staring at me." I quickly explained that he could not be standing there and why, the explanation causing her to ask me to stop and slow down several times. And when it finally dawned on her what I was saying, she cursed softly into the phone and took off running toward the entrance. I also took off, closing the gap between us as quickly as I could. When I saw her there, emerging from the Grand Theater's gaping entrance, she was pale and shivering. We grabbed each other and both made our way back around to the exterior wall. We both knew what we'd find when we arrived, but something in our minds made us need to verify it to ourselves. As expected, there was only the sheer wall, a broken window, and no man there waiting when we reached the spot again. We discussed what had happened at length, verifying with each other that we had indeed both seen what we had thought we had seen. When we were both convinced that neither of us were insane, we pressed on back toward the larger of the buildings on the old sanitarium campus. This building had obviously been the old administrative wing. It contained staff housing, offices, meeting space, and a lot of what looked to be rather official documents scattered all over the floor of several of the first-floor rooms. The doors had been completely removed from the hinges and taken, probably made from a valuable metal or containing ornate carvings. They were probably prizes too valuable to leave behind, as was often the case with these abandoned structures. The treasures were immediately looted in the early 90s. One of the massive filing rooms contained what had to be 400 individual filing cabinets, lining both sides of a massive rectangular room. Between the rows of cabinets sat a dozen long tables with piles of old documents scattered all over. The roof had long failed, causing rain and snow to penetrate the room and turn these papers to mush, mixed with mold and grasses struggling to grow in a random scattering of penetrating sunbeams. Upon entering this room, both of us had an intense feeling of unease. There was definitely the sense that someone was watching us, though we were obviously the only two people in the room. Using our high-powered LED flashlights, we scoured every nook and cranny of the room, and the only people there were the two of us. The deeper into the records room, the harsher the sensation felt, until it was almost one of resentment and even loathing. Calling out to this unseen energy, I tried to determine what it was and what it wanted. Again, in Russian, I spoke out. "Privet." "Koti." "Who are you?" "Vikoti. Shtobi mi ushli." "Do you want us to leave?" We stood there in silence as my questions echoed through the room, our flashlights cutting beams of white light through the dark angular space. And suddenly, without warning, we noticed movement at the far end of the room. A large portrait of what looked to be a Soviet official detached from its mount at the top of the frame, swung forward and crashed down on a stack of rolling desk chairs which were piled on the floor just in front of it. The force of the crash sent several of the chairs careening off in different directions, and the rotten frame and canvas of the portrait cracked into several pieces. It filled the room with an ear-shattering crash and the squeaking of the rusty chair wheels. Suffice it to say, that was enough of an experience for the both of us, and we quickly and efficiently made our way back to the rental car. A couple of minutes later, we were back on the road to where we would stay for the night. I would say sleep, but neither of us got much sleep that night. I apologize for all my Russian translations, and if you are from Russia or you have that kind of background, please forgive me if I completely screwed it up.